All right, can you hear me this time? Surely. I can see something moving at the bottom. Wasn't before, so hopefully that's fixed. Yep, we're all good. All right. Always bloody technology problems. I'm a bit old school. I'm not good with this stuff. Always seems to get me. So whatever you were typing before, you'll have to resend it because I've forgotten. I think you asked a question there, Max. Thought I'd do this video anyway, just to have a bit of a chat about where Supercoach is at the moment. Feel like we're probably a week away from everything changing a lot. It's pretty important time, just depending what we're going to do with boosts and trades and stuff. I've been holding off, probably talking about playing that long game and stuff, but I think I can probably afford to get a little bit aggressive. So we'll talk about that. Am I going to get a pod in like Wilkie? Probably not Wilkie. I am looking for a pod, but I'm not just going to trade in anyone for the sake of being a pod. It's got to be someone that I'm actually thinking is going to be really good. Not sure if Wilkie's the go, especially because of buys. He's basically got to beat out Naz for it to be worth it. I don't know if he can. Jacob, how you going? What you think of Horn, Francis, and Naz? Is it too risky, or do I go safer plays? I don't think there's anything too risky about Naz at all. Horn Francis, though, obviously is risky for two reasons. There's injuries with him, which is a big problem, and then his role seems to change a lot. Like he's a good player, but yeah, he can be deep forward, high half forward, getting the CBAs like he is at the moment. But go have a look at his CBA listings for this year and last year. They're kind of all over the shop. Mate the Great, good name. What we doing with McAndrew? I actually don't know. I don't know if you watched my round review last night, but I talked a fair bit about McAndrew. There's a chance he could get rested against Richmond, I think. And I don't know if he'll do so well against Jordan Sweet this week because Sweet likes to manhandle those skinny ruckmen, and McAndrew is certainly that. So yeah, it could be time for him to go, I reckon. Because after the Richmond game, I think he's going into like Cherry or someone, and that's going to be a massacre. So yeah, I could definitely. I mean, I'm considering it myself, getting rid of McAndrew this week. It unlocks a lot of cash in the team. Max, thoughts on Sam Flanders to Cherry? So crazy stuff. Rank 9K, score 2 3 20. Could get me up there. So this is another one that I've been talking about for a while. I think Flanders is tradable. He's not a must-have. With the way he's scoring, he's probably going to be outside the top 8 forwards, you'd think. Um, yeah, and because everyone's kind of got him, you can really get an advantage if the player you bring in goes really well. It's certainly yeah, certainly a way that could get you up there. I've considered it too. But for now, I think if you got rookies on the field, try and get rid of them. Jacob, the thing is, Naz gets tagged every game. Do I go for a player that won't get tagged defense wise? Yeah, and I mean, Wilkie's good like that. He's not going to get tagged, but he also doesn't have the ceiling. So Naz kind of evens it out, I think, in the end. Like he has those 75 games where he gets tagged, but then he'll go on hot runs where he'll go like 150 for a month. So he'll probably end up ahead on total points. That's all I'm saying. The Woohoo Review, another good name. Sup Wiz. Sup Woohoo Review. How many trades do you plan to have left at round 17? I haven't even thought about it. I know I want to have some left for sure. What's that? 7 weeks to go in the season. Um, I've said all along, I think this season's going to be a war of attrition. We've seen a lot of carnage so far. I think those who can hold out and get a good run, still have trades at the end, are going to make up a lot of ground. if the season continues like this. So I don't know how many, but all I'll say is, I plan to have a few at least. Bailey, what's going on? What's your rank, mate? Um, you started playing Supercoach in round 3, wow. Are you going for the weeklies or something, I assume, rather than the overall, seeing as you'd be a couple of weeks behind? Yeah, okay, interesting. Are you new to the game? Max, I have Wilkie my go. Yeah, Wilkie's good. So SA boy, they're usually the best. No, I'm kidding. Oh, first time ever, Bailey. That's awesome. Yeah, get amongst it. Get ready for the stress though. It's all good at the start, but yeah, it's all downhill from there. Anyone else having buffering issues? Is there buffering issues? All looks good on my end. Oh, okay. You're trying to win a league, Bailey. Yep, fair enough. Is there a prize for that one? Rico Bino. I hope I said that properly. Whitfield or Ash? Oh, I think they're going to be about the same, really. Ash has been playing well, but I think Champion Data's been a little unkind to him lately. I'm not as worked up as I was about it last night now, but I think yeah, Ash is probably he's probably got the higher ceiling and the higher the lower floor, but yeah, just like what I was talking about with Naz, it'll probably even out for those two. I can see them both being top 6, no worries. Um, oh, you just suck. Well, you've only been playing for a couple of weeks, so I'm sure everyone sucked. I'll give you a hot tip. I sucked last year as well. It was shit at this game. My rank was terrible, so yeah, it can turn around quickly, and believe me, it probably won't stay there. Oh, you've been using my tips? Oh no! Don't tell me you've been using my tips and you suck. Thoughts on Grundy versus Gorn this week? As in their matchup, or you want to bring one of them in? Traditionally, I think most of the time it's a bit of a dead heat. They normally go around 90 to 100 each. I have a feeling though that Grundy is going to go quite big. He's done it to Gorn before. I know Gorn's done it back, but I think Grundy's done it more to Gorn. Plus, with the Max Heath thing, yeah, I can see Grundy beating up on Max Heath if they're going to play him in the ruck like they did last week. I hope not, though. I just want to see a full head-to-head battle, and then Heath and whoever, or Marty or whoever, can just go head-to-head for 5 minutes a quarter. I boosted out Houston for the Lizard last week and bought in Holmes. Oh no, that would hurt. Didn't the Lizard get like a 59 or something? And Holmes, he went like a floor game, didn't he? I wanted to bring in Holmes as well, and I was really hot on the Lizard in preseason, but it seems like those floor games are creeping back into his repertoire, so that's not good. But yeah, I'm sure he'll get on a hot run at some point. And Holmes, don't worry about that. Like he's an A grader. Jacob, or do I get Naz and can get Dogger? But in doing so, I have Grundy gone, Dogger with that flex and 2K in the bank. The risk of that and no rookies coming up to do downgrade and then finish my team. Oh, let me read that again. That's confusing. So these kind of questions are really hard because like if I can't see your whole team, it makes it hard to know the circumstances. I think Naz and Dogger are probably gonna score roughly the same on average. Again, like I said, there's the Naz floor and ceiling thing, but Dogger's just going like straight 120s pretty much. So yeah, I'm sure it'll even out. It's just seriously just go with gut feel. I'm sorry, that's all I can say, but whatever you like best, whatever your gut feel is, go with that. Just trust me. Mate the Great, what rookies you thinking of downgrading? Good question. Probably Sarong, even after he gave me the 92. He's playing at the SCG this week, so we know historically well, it's only 3 games, but yeah, he doesn't score well at the SCG. So it could be him. Um, just wait, I'll bring up my team because I can't think off the top of my head. Hang on a sec. I think McAndrew, he's in the gun as well. I'm actually thinking of going a big play. I might talk about that later. Jake's he could be going. I don't know. It could be any of them really. Um, I don't usually decide this stuff until I see the teams named because normally I'm waiting for something to be taken out of my hands to kind of push me one way or the other. But yeah, it could be any of them. Oh, ranked 1.2k, Jacob. That's good. Do I chase rank or play it safe for filling the team? Oh, chase rank. Like, I mean, do you normally get a higher rank than that, or I think if you just do what you think is going to happen, if you just pick the best players you can, I think the rank you'll chase it down naturally. I don't think there's too much difference really. I mean, playing it safe, like there's a lot to be said for that this year with all the carnage. So I think yeah, just try and pick the best players, the ones that you want, and it should take care of itself. Last time Grundy and Max played against each other, Max 145, Grundy 118. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's hard to tell because like, is there the Max Heath thing? Um, is that going to impact it, or are Melbourne just going to let them go head to head? I want to see them go head to head for sure. But I do know, I think it was like the time before that, or even the one before that, Grundy obliterated Gorn. So yeah, they got a good rivalry. I like it. Bailey, I had Charlie Curnow in last week against the Dogs, scored me 130. Yeah, nice. So you just got to be prepared with Curnow. I've owned him before. Yes, he can do that. He can score 7, 10 goals even in a game. There's also going to be times where he'll barely touch the ball. So, if you can put up with that, yeah, enjoy the 130s for sure. Reckon Holmes gets DPP. Yeah, I reckon. I didn't see the game on the weekend, so I don't really know if he played defense or what. But I think so. The Cats were playing really good when he was back there. They're on a pretty good run there for about 6 weeks. Oh, you typed that out wrong, Jacob. Oh, good. Um, is Naz the best buy for the week? I don't know. I'll get the crystal ball out. Nah, seriously, I don't know. Trying to think who would it be. Let's have a look. There's definitely some value coming up at the Lions. You got the McCluggage and probably Dunkley. I reckon this week Dunkley's probably viable. He looked pretty good against the Crom. I guess anyone would. I mean, you and me would probably look good against that midfield, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Naz is probably good given the run he's got coming up. He's still got a few easy weeks. James, you're getting rid of McAndrew. Maybe, probably. I don't know. I'm actually thinking of getting rid of him and going to Cherry, and then running the 3 big boys, Gorn, Grundy, and Cherry. Because if we go back to the start of the year, the whole getting these absolute uber primos that are kind of out of reach for most people, that was my strategy, running like uber primos and rookies. And because I feel like I've got probably 1 or 2 more boosts up my sleeve than it sounds like most people have. I think I can afford to get rid of one and try and get that real leg up with Cherry. Bailey, who are you trading out this week? I don't know. Probably McAndrew, Sarong, maybe. I know I'm getting Rechko. That's a given. Everyone will be getting Rechko. Can't say no to that. Who are you thinking VC and C options? Good question. It's not as obvious this week. So I've just relied basically on Grundy and Gorn every week, one of those two, because I've had good matchups. And then the Bont at times. And I think I went Dacos 1 week. So, I mean, if you look at this round, Dacos is going to probably find it hard against the Hawks because their midfield's hard to score on. The Bont against Fremantle, I don't know with the Bont at the moment. He could go big. He's probably worth a VC. I might go Bont into Butters. I think Butters will shred the Adelaide midfield. But yeah, Grundy and Gawn will probably cancel each other out, so I don't want to go there. And then there's not really anyone else that's been doing that well. Sheezel obviously, but yeah, he's got Geelong, so I don't know. You could probably go Baz if you got Baz, but I don't have him unfortunately. Woohoo review. Is Roberts a must have? Will he come back down in price? Yeah, I think he will. He's approaching. I think he's approaching 600k now. He's getting up there. He's scored quite a few like low hundreds. I think. Let me have a look. Just bear with me while I type. As I said, I'm a bit technology impaired sometimes. Getting old. Um, so he's 580k. Yeah, if he hits a couple more of those like low hundreds, he's got 3 of them already. He's got the 3 ceiling scores as well, but yeah, that could start to bring him down a bit. I don't know. I just don't know how long Essendon are gonna keep going with this like crazy chip game in the back half. It's if they want to try and win games, it's not really viable to just play keepings off. And yeah, I don't think like I didn't see the game this week, but from what I've seen previously, I don't feel like Roberts is having much impact on the game. So it's not exactly helping out the team. Um, so yeah, I wouldn't say he's a must-have, and I think he will come back down at some point. Essendon fan, Roberts is the main guy now, even if Red Dog comes back in. Yeah, he probably is. You'd know better than me. But when did Redmond go out of the team? That's the question. I suppose Roberts was doing all right with him anyway, but did Redmond go out after round 3? Because that's when these ceiling games started happening. Um, am I saying this right? Motion in art. Sorry, it's a hard one to read. Worth flicking Bruin and McAndrew out. Probably Retchko and then maybe Cherry or Jackson. I'm I'm one for holding Bruin, but yeah, if you want to get rid of him, like I don't think it's going to hurt that much. Like I can't see Bruin scoring like 110s every week or anything, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, Cherry's going to probably give you quite a few 150 plus scores, or yeah, Jackson's the 120 every week. Yeah, I don't mind it. Like if that's what you want to do, if it matches up with your structure, then go for it. Michael, is Blamires going to be a loophole from now on? Oh, who knows? He could come back this week. I've already traded him out, so yeah, I can't do it if he's going to be out. But that's why it's annoying that Dyson Sharp's come back in. He's much better as just a loophole because he's not scoring enough to make any money. So he's a bit of an awkward one. Can't trade him because he's only 150k still. But yeah, I don't know about Blamires. Clarko likes to do all different things. He'll get a game again soon. If it's not this week, it'll probably be the week after. So yeah, if you think maybe he's going to be a perma loop or something, I doubt it. Cherry against Geelong could be a 180. Exactly. That's why I want to bring him in. I know he's got, I think, Grundy the week after, so it could be a lower one, but you don't want to miss that 180. He's like, I know Cherry's like getting towards the 700k mark, but I think yeah, if you just pay up now while we've got the boosts, and just set and forget, let it run out. Will you bring in Luke Jackson for Gorn this week? If on English. Nah, there's no way I'm trading Gorn, even with the way they're playing Heath and stuff. I don't think that's going to continue forever. Like I'm just more about getting the rookies off the field right now. And seeing as you're new to the game, I'd say that's one of the best things anyone ever told me when I was starting out was you try and get the rookies off the field first, worry about correcting the primos later, unless they're really shit in the bed. Um, Yeah, that's different, but Gorn's nowhere near it. He's doing well. Do you plan to get Bailey Smith? What price makes him acceptable if he comes down? How highly do you value him? That's the question. I don't think there's like a price for all of us. It's how much you value him and what you think he's going to do. If you're really, really confident on Bailey Smith, I would get him now if you can. Like I don't believe in just waiting for the prices to come down and you get some substandard player in and miss out on all those big scores. You could be waiting for a long time. Like what did Smith get this week? He scored like a low ton, didn't he? And he's still, I think so he's still 680k. Break even at 149. He could easily get that against North. And he scored a 106 last week. So I can't see him coming right down in price, barring some kind of injury game. So yeah, if you want him, I think just get him. I wouldn't worry about him coming down. Oh, I see what you mean, Bailey. If no English, nah. I'm still not getting rid of Gorn for Jackson for anything really. Gorn would have to get injured at this point, or he gets moved perma forward or something. Roberts just had 7 kick-ins and gets the ball from handball receives. Red Dog went out against Port. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I still don't think he's must have, but yeah, he's going to be top 6 at this rate. Just don't know how long they're going to persist with that kind of game plan. Because when did they bring that in? It was against Melbourne, wasn't it? So let me look at something. I suppose he went big against the Bulldogs before that. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he probably is. Probably is must have. I think I've screwed up and I've got Worrell and Clark. I think Roberts will outdo those two. So yeah, he should be top 6. I think he's must have, and it's probably one of the last chances to get him. I wouldn't mind paying his price now. Who is the best rookie defender to get? Michael Todd. How you going? At the moment, there's not really any, is there? There's no one really on the bubble. Let me have a look. Don't think there's anyone that I'm looking at. I don't think there's anyone really. Charlie Edwards from the Crom, he might be all right. I don't think he's going to keep his spot. He looks a bit slow, slow decision making, gets caught with the ball and stuff. Can't see him holding on for too long. Do you mean like rookie defender to bring in, or no? You said to get. Yeah, there's not really anyone. There's no one really on the bubble or anything. So James Leake, he scored a 58 and a 56 the week before. But he's elevated price, 170. Yeah, I don't see anything there that I'd be after in defense. Yeah, sorry, I'm not. I don't see any defender rookies. Max, I jumped on Baz after the Adelaide game. Best thing I've ever done. Yeah, well done. I don't know why I didn't even look at starting him, honestly. Next year, remind me, no mid prices at all. We're just going all the big boys and all the rookies. The Woohoo review. Blamires was named forward pocket a couple of weeks ago before he got dropped. Did he play there though? We know Clarko likes to mess around with the team sheets and that. As far as I can see, Blamires was on the wing like the whole time. Yeah, I don't know. Max has West Coast next week. Don't trade. Oh, no way. No, no one should be trading Max Gawn if you have him. Can't stress that enough. He's like Bond. Every time you think he's on a downward trend or something, he just bounces right back. And the fact that he's 34 is crazy. That's my round 17 target. Alright, that's like the second time round 17's come up tonight. Is that because he has he got a bye in round 16 or something? Just wondering the significance around 17. Is there a bigger lock than Finn Cala next week? So he's got that good run coming up. Is that why? Um, I'm pretty cautious with Callahan. I wanted him at the start of the year, first few weeks. I knew that his price was gonna drop, but he's not really doing much. Um, he should bounce back, but I don't know how much. Jack, thoughts on Brent Daniels as a forward option over Horn Francis or Bailey? 300K, amazing run coming up. Yeah, I don't mind the Daniels one. It's risky though. Like if we look at just his price and his break even and his scoring history and stuff, it obviously looks like a slam dunk. But the problem is the guy's made of glass. Not saying he's soft, but he does get injured a lot. So you're kind of running the risk there. But yeah, I don't mind it, I guess. Like if there was any player from that price bracket, that's probably who I'd be going with. El Shez. Thoughts on Bailey Dale and Tom Stewart? Oh, I don't know. I think they both might be traps. We've seen that Stewart can be just completely shut down at the drop of a hat by them dropping Holmes or whoever back. Um, and Bailey Dale, he'll be all right. I don't think he'll be top 8 though, so I don't really see the point in getting him, especially when a lot of those top 6 to 8 kind of defenders they're still kind of low in price, like they're gettable. What's Dale at? Let me have a look. Oh, 460. Okay, he's real cheap. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of see it like they're cheap for a reason. It's because they haven't been scoring. So yeah, I mean, if you're strapped for cash, then fine. We know Dale can score. He just hasn't really done it much this year. But yeah, if you can get one of the bigger boys, like one of those, you know, those popular 500K plus defenders, I'd be going there. Bailey, yo, if I sent you my team, would you want to help me? Yeah, I can do that. You can send it to me on Twitter. You should be able to find me pretty easy. It's just Wizard Supercoach. I wish I had someone to help me when I was starting out. would have would have helped me have a couple of easier years, I tell you. Against the Pies, we did not chip the ball around. Yeah, see, I didn't see the game. Sorry. I was just assuming that they did. Okay, because you got absolutely smacked though by the Pies. Do you think they're going to go back to that? Because they did it against Gold Coast and Melbourne, and they're close games. I mean, they beat Melbourne. Interesting. That actually could be a good sign for Roberts. One, that he did well without the chip game, and two, that the chip game could come back. Otherwise, yeah, the Bombers could just get obliterated every week. No offense or anything. Seems every time I make any kind of criticism of any team, when I do videos, I automatically get dislikes, which is pretty funny. I don't care. But yeah, a side project. I don't know what you mean. A side. I think you mistyped it. Mark Zach Bailey has Essendon and Carlton 120s thoughts. Well, yeah, he should go 120s, but we know what he's like. He can butcher the ball. And if there's one thing that I've noticed this year, we've thought there's a lot of like sure things and easy kills, and hasn't really happened. Look at Gorn against Richmond. That's the one that stands out to me. But yeah, he should. Bailey should. He's been more consistent this year for sure. Smith had injury cloud start of season. Oh, okay. What was that? Was it soft tissue? That's the only thing that would have scared me off. I can't even remember. Lucky, hey mate, congrats on the rank. Oh, cheers. Yeah, it's unexpected, believe me. Fully agree with your rant on Supercoach scoring being so inconsistent. Yep, cheers. Yeah, I think a lot of people are awake to it. I'm not obviously not some conspiracy nut. Like I generally don't even like conspiracies at all. But there's something going on. Like at the very least, it's just inconsistent, and I'm not going to shut up about it. Anyway, is Reedy an option for McAndrew on field? Don't want to pay more than 650K for a ruck. I don't think Reedy is. I don't even think Reedy's going to hold his spot. What's Pito? What's he listed at? Because I think once he's back, Reedy's either out the team or he's going to go back to scoring like a 20 at best. Let me check the injury list. I'm guessing Pito's just marked as like a test or something. 1 to 2 weeks. So let's say Pito stays out for 2 weeks. You basically get one price rise out of Reedy. No, you'll get two. Hmm. No, I don't think it's worth it. I'm just thinking. I know it would help you get a primo or whatever, but yeah, I don't think he's long term viable at all. Unless you wanted to use him as like a perma loop or something, because he will go out the team at some point. What's your ruck setup? Have uh you got McAndrew in flex or in R2 or where have you got him? That would help you, I guess. Jack Burt, thoughts on Clary, bulk CBAs and good run. Yeah, look, I don't know if you watched the stocky the other night that DR had me on for, but we talked a lot about Clary. And I was pretty open with the fact that I was wrong on Clary. I thought he was washed and a bad pick and stuff at the start of the year, but he's been super consistent. And yeah, he's getting those bulk CBAs. I guess Green being out for the year has helped him a lot. So I think you can bring him in. Be pretty confident that he's just going to keep giving you tons at least because he's passed every test so far. He had one shitty game. I think it was against the Bulldogs, but they're hard to score on. So yeah, I think he's good. He's still fairly low on price too. 180 break even, two for Finn Callett. Yeah, so he's going to come down even more. 540K right now. Yeah, but he's going to come down. He's going to get below 500, I reckon. So if the thing is with a player that's scoring like that, that's probably when you want to get him. 540 is not even that discounted really for what he's been trotting out, I think. Max, Finn got Essendon West Coast after this week. Yeah. I guess you want to target that matchup, obviously. It can get really dangerous though. I see a lot of people say it. If you're starting to try and target matchups, like it's a bit of a slippery slope, I think. Yeah, so I reckon like get him next week. I don't think he'll score big against the Suns. What do you go? 135 against Richmond. But you look at some of these, like you think he would have done well against North and he didn't. And St Kilda, like an 86, you think he would do better than that. I've just really gone cold on the Callahan pick. Just despite him being somewhat discounted, I reckon even if he got to like 450, I probably still wouldn't be that interested, to be honest. Mitchell Jackson, like the stream for the great man, lads. Oh, I get it. You're trying to get people to like the stream. Yeah, yeah. Cheers. I don't know what that does, but yeah, cheers. The Woohoo review. Bring in track this week if you only have three others on the round 12 bye. Yeah, I'm thinking of it. Um, could be track, could be cherry, but yeah, the whole buy thing. So just in my personal case, I haven't even planned for the buys at all, but they're pretty well spaced out. I've found, and that was by accident. So I can bring in anyone really from any buy and not have an issue. But yeah, if you've only got three others on the round 12, yeah, I think it's fine. Is that 3 others in total or 3 primos? I mean, that's what matters, 'cause, it's pretty hard to forecast what we're gonna have outside of the primos in 5 weeks' time. Feels 50K unders. Oh, okay, you think Track's 50K unders. He could be. What is he now? 550, something like that? He's not really doing those ceiling scores since he's come back, and I'm sure he will, but, um, yeah, that easy run that the Suns had is kinda over. What have they got coming up? Let me have a look. I actually don't spend that much time, during the season. I just don't have the time to be looking at all the stuff. More the preseason research is where I get into it. But once the footy season starts, it's real hard for me. Like when my own season starts and coaching and stuff. Okay, so they've got Giants, St Kilda, Port, North. Okay, so yeah, that's a pretty good run coming up for the Suns, but then they go Brisbane, Geelong, Hawthorn, Fremantle. Um, yeah, I don't mind it. I think Track's a good pick. I'm interested myself. I think everyone's got to have him by the end, or you're going to be losing ground. So yeah, if you want to get him now, go for it. Bailey, I'm so into Supercoach. Yeah, it's good. We all are. It's pretty bloody addictive, isn't it? Just beware. She is a cruel mistress, though, and it's probably more pain than happiness. Am I saying this right? Luis Rosero? I'm sorry if I butchered that. Cheers for tuning in, but thanks on bringing in Hugh McCluggage. Thoughts on bringing in Hugh McCluggage. He's just under 500K. Not yet. I would wait until you see a game with his more towards his regular tog. He's still on managed minutes because of that calf injury he had. So yeah, I would wait a little bit. He's gonna go down again this week, I believe. Let me check his break even. Yeah, break even at 163, even against Essendon. I can't see him getting that on managed minutes. So just yeah, I think you can wait. Otherwise, yeah, they who knows? They could be managing him for the rest of the season and trying to get him good for finals. Max, to be honest, I feel for the boys. The game plan changes every week. Against Brisbane, I don't know if we'll chip the ball around. Need to show fight. Oh, look, I think it's in their best interest to go the chip the ball around when they're playing Brisbane. Let's face it, like no one expects them to beat them, but if they can keep the score down, no matter how they do it, um, I think it'll keep the media off their back for one. And yeah, you don't want a demoralising smashing from Brisbane really when you're in that position. Crom just got smashed by them. If you try and attack Brisbane in any way, you're kind of opening yourself up. So yeah, I know what you're saying for sure, but yeah, I think they need to go down that defensive keepings off kind of strategy this week. Brad needs to go. We should get Horse. Yeah, I don't think it's going to fix your problems though, because I think a lot of damage has been done to Essendon from past recruiting and stuff, and then yeah, I think you got a lot of those players. You're probably going to hate hearing this. Any Essendon players probably going to hate me, but you get a lot of those players that are now they were high draft picks and they're all in they're about 23, 24. They've all stunted in their progression because they're either injured or weren't getting played, weren't getting preference, and for years and years Essendon were kind of nowhere. You know what I'm talking about, and yeah, those guys weren't used properly and they didn't progress, and now they're kind of just they're stunted and they're probably only good for trade bait, I think. Um, you think guys like Cox and that, like high draft picks, but yeah, they could have been something, but I think that time has passed. So best off just go on the rebuild now. I think, um, yeah, it's your only chance really. But yeah, Horse he'd be alright for that. I think. So yeah, probably Scott does have to go. I just wouldn't expect immediate results if you change coach. James, Luke Parker -20 was bullshit. Curtis and Larky outscored him, rigged. Parker was pretty quiet though, I think, up until the last quarter. I can't remember properly. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's inconsistent either way. There's too many examples. So yeah, I mean, it probably was. I just can't remember it. Max, by the way, do you see that Gold Coast leaked points to mids for the last 4 weeks? Merritt 150, Newcomb 140 and more. No, actually, I haven't noticed that. It's interesting you point that out. I'll have to look into that. Wonder why that is, because they've been pretty hard to score on historically, like since they've been a good team. Yeah, it's really interesting. Definitely pays to look further into things. Yeah, sometimes I guess you just assume that top teams are going to be hard to score on in every line, but they're not. Michael, what do I do with Rochelle? Is he a trade or just keep him? How many boosts have you got? I think he's going to be an absolute roller coaster. Yes, there'll be games where he'll score like 130, but the Crom just look way off it at the moment, and I don't see any end in sight for that. I'd probably lean towards trading him, even though I said earlier, like, we want to try and get rookies off the field. Rochelle's kind of scoring like one. He's so up and down. And, when you've got these other primos that are doing so well and you're missing out on them, you're just losing ground if you're playing for rank, really. So, yeah, I probably would trade him. Michael Higginson. Hey, mate, welcome back. I remember you from the last stream. Hi, Wiz. I'm unsure which players to trade out first. Which two would you trade from Jagger, Grill, Lindsay? All three have similar break even, 43 to 47. Lombard, 32. Can even throw in McAndrew and Bruin. All right, Xavier Lindsay is the one that I'd be getting rid of first. And I've already gotten rid of Jagger, so yep, him. His time on ground and his role is pretty shitty now, so that's self-explanatory. Lombard, I don't think he's made enough money. He's not really useful yet. Just gonna have to let him be a slow burn if you can. And Grill, I think there's still more money to be made. So yeah, Lindsay and Jagger. Probably McAndrew as well, maybe. But probably Lindsay and Jagger first. I wouldn't worry about Bruin out of that lot. I think he's still going to score well. Still money to be made. Would you trade out McKercher or try and get rookies off the field? It's a good question. Because who's to say that this week we won't see McKercher go back to halfback and tear up, and then let's say it's Nick Larkey in 2 weeks' time that gets sent down back and McKercher's forward again. Like, who knows with Clarko, honestly. One thing's for sure though, I can't see him being top 6 to 8 defenders. So while he's still got money on his head, if you can do it, again, if you got a boost, would be ideal, and you can use it. Yeah, I'd get rid of McKercher and probably try and get one of the actual primos. He's not too far off them in price. Why is targeting matchups a slippery slope? Probably 2 reasons. So I said before about, there was Gorn with the Richmond matchup. That did not go according to plan. Like, footy is a game of a million variables, and I know we're playing to probability here, so it's not too bad. The other thing is, I feel like people get sucked into picking players that aren't necessarily going to be top of their line or even close to it. Like, you got to look further into it. Let's say the next 4 weeks, you get a player that he probably wasn't going to be on your radar so much, but he's got an easy run. So he does well for 4 weeks, but then after that, like, who knows? Like, could drop right down. Meanwhile, these players that are proven that score well against most teams, they'll just keep keeping on. So I think they're the ones that you want. That's all. I know targeting matchups is pretty good if you're already hot on the player, and it's more of a case of like, when do you bring him in instead of if. But yeah, I guess you know what I mean. Bailey, do you stream every week? I don't live stream every week. I definitely make like a video or 2 a week. Usually, I'll do a trade video, if I've got the time, but always do a round review. But these live streams, I probably end up doing them probably, like, once every 3 weeks or something. It's hard to get time, that's all. Yes, premies. Oh, I assume you mean primos. Max, damn, looking at Clary could average 35 disposals over 3 weeks. The West Coast game could be a 40 disposal 150. Yeah, it totally could be. I mean, so I just said about probability, and yeah, it's probable, but who knows? If Gorn can't score on Richmond, my faith in these, targeting matchups is kinda out the window. Mate the Great, asking for your opinion, should I trade Sarong and McAndrew for Rechko and Naz, or Dersma and McAndrew for Cherry, or have Gaundy already? So, yeah, it looks like you're wanting to go down the same road I am and go for the big 3 rucks. Um, Dersma's still scoring pretty well. Let me have a look. So, I don't mind the McAndrew trade. Just let me look at Dersma for a sec, because I don't have him, so I don't keep tabs on what he's doing. Oh, wow, he's nearly at 400. I didn't know that. Break even 73. His average score is 87, so he's only a couple of points really on average behind Flanders. I don't know if it's worth it, like, to get rid of Dersma. I guess with the way the rookie's been pretty consistent, you probably can. Dersma's not gonna be top 6, so yeah, I reckon go for Cherry. Just do it, like, it's hard to get opportunities to be able to get a player like that, and, yeah, if you can do it now. I'm definitely looking at it. Trading Naz will put me up to 4 back primos too. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's one thing you gotta be careful of is, I've got 4 back primos as well. Well, if you count Worrell and Clark, who kinda just pretend to be primos at times, but, yeah, you don't wanna get too many primos on one line, because then when a rookie pops up, like I think it was last year, Closey was there, and, like, you wanna field them, but you can't because you've got, a lot of primos. It's kinda like the slots are filled. But yeah, not saying yours are, obviously with 4. Lucky, just catching up on the stream. My ruck setup: Jackson and McAndrew and ZZ on the bench. Bit behind in cash gen. Miss Gothard and Cook. Team value only 12 mil. Seen people with close to 13 mil. Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried. Um, so I don't know what their teams are and stuff, but so my rank's 101, and my team value is 12,487,000. So I'm not near 13 million. If you've traded out some of those top rookies for, the lower ones, obviously it's going to tank your team value a bit. Um, yeah, depends on who's holding what cash as well. But yeah, Gothard was a bad miss. I missed him as well. It was interesting. George from FTTV, he talked him up so much, and then yeah, he was pretty much the only one that noticed him, and then he was. I don't think he went with him either, which was odd. Um, yeah, you probably want to get rid of McAndrew if he's your R2, or you're going to be absolutely leaking points. Because the big 3 rucks and even Jackson, I mean, you've got Jackson, right? Yeah, try and get one of the big 3, like Cherry, Gorn, Grundy, I think, if you can. Jack Burt trying to figure out trades out of McAndrew, Jakes, Bruin, and Sarong. Thinking Bruin and Sarong, particularly because his break even is the highest, but also scoring well, so not sure. Is that Sarong you're talking about with the break even is the highest, I'm assuming? Or is that Bruin? I'm assuming it's Bruin. I'd probably, it depends who you're trying to get up to. Um, Let me know who you're trying to trade to because then it's a different story. Max, yeah, true. A 30-point loss would look good. Yeah, our last list guy, also Dodoro, was so bad, but Caddy Kako, Roby, Farrow was good pickup. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. You got some good young players for sure, but there's something wrong at that club. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know how old you are, but um, I still vividly remember the year 2000 when, and even 99 when Essendon were really good. Obviously 2000 they peaked, 2001 as well. They should have had more than one premiership probably, but yeah, ever since then, like I don't know. Yeah, I think it's been like what 20 odd years since they last won a final. So yeah, there's something seriously wrong within the club itself. I don't know if drafting good young players is gonna fix that until you kind of work out what's poisoning the lake, I guess, if you know what I mean. Jack should be Jake's because dogs are bad and Sarong leave Bruin for a couple of weeks and McAndrew either next week or after Richmond. Yeah, okay. So on that, I just have this feeling that McAndrew might not play against Richmond, and the reason I say that is because a lot of people seem to be waiting on McAndrew to play Richmond. Being a Crom supporter, I watch him pretty closely, and he looks gassed. Like started games. Um, you would have heard me say this if you watched my video last night, but every time he hits the deck, he's taking longer and longer to get up. He looks out of petrol tickets. So given that it doesn't matter who you really put in against Richmond, they're probably going to win in the ruck. I can see the Crom actually resting him for that one because he's got, I think, like Cherry or Grundy or someone the week after. So I think they bring Rob in for the Richmond game. Just let him break even or whatever. So yeah, that's why I'm thinking I might be getting rid of McAndrew. Not saying you have to, but if you're keeping him purely for the Richmond matchup, it's probably a risky move. Bailey, thoughts on the dogs? Thoughts on the dogs in general? Injury riddled. It's pretty hard for any team to do well when they're missing a bunch of top players. I hear Darcy's going to be out, like, could be like 2 years or something. That's horrific. And Norton's probably lucky to be alive after hitting his head on the ground like that and look like he's going to snap his neck. So, yeah, I mean, the dogs were off to a flyer, and then what can you do with injuries? Like, it's going to hurt any team. Take that many starting players out. Mason Daly, out of McAndrew, Jagger, Jai Sarong, Blamires, Grill. Oh yeah, Kitty Coleman. Who should be first three out this week? Jagger, Blamires. Actually, wait and see if Blamires is named first because break even of like I think it's 21 or something. Oh, Kitty's got to go. I don't know. Again, like it depends who are you trying to get to. Let me know who you're trying to trade up to because that makes a lot of difference. Yeah, I'll come back to that one once you let me know. Luis, yeah, pronounce the name right. Oh, cool. It was a stab in the dark. Sorry, but it worked out. Thanks. Also had another question about Caleb Sarong. I've had him all season and is really frustrating me holding him. Don't know what to do. Hmm. Well, you held him, so you would have got the 92 this week, right? Oh no, sorry, you mean the other Sarong. Sorry. Fremantle Sarong. Yeah, no, that's him and Brayshaw have been a pain in the ass, like for anyone that have owned them. It's kind of like a one up, one down. One goes well, one goes bad, never at the same time. Uh, I think you just hold for now. Just get those rookies off the field. Um, Surely they've got to come good at some point. Fremantle are flying too, so yeah, I don't know. You just probably hold for now. I think you have the wrong Lindsay. What do you mean? What are you referring to? The wrong Lindsay? I'm assuming Josh Lindsay is the right Lindsay. It's the one you'd wanna be owning. Xavier's not the one you want. Max, can I just say, seeing Dawson upset breaks my heart. Love Dawson. If anyone's going through mental health, please talk to someone. Yeah, 100%. All footy aside, like, who gives a shit about footy really in times like that? It is, yeah, just hard seeing Dawson. Like, these guys, you see them, they're like warriors on the field every week, and to see them vulnerable like that, it's pretty hard. And yeah, mental health is so important. We're huge on it at my footy club with the boys. Like, footy comes second to everything, and yeah, mental health is the number one thing at the club. So yeah, if anyone ever needs to talk, like, I know I'm a complete stranger, but hit me up. Like, I'm happy to talk to anyone. I'd Yeah, just so much bad stuff goes on, and yeah, I don't wanna be hearing about anyone, jumping off bridges and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, there's too much of it goes on, and I don't wanna bring this down, but, like, a lot of it, people just want someone to talk to, so talk to each other, and yeah, there's no embarrassment about it at all. Um, yeah, I think society has to get a bit better with the whole mental health thing, 'cause, still feels a little bit like some people, they're all about promoting, and this isn't aimed at anyone in particular, but they're all about promoting, like, mental health and stuff because we're told to, and that's good, but the second it kinda impacts them, like someone else is having a bit of a hard time, and they'll just kinda act like it annoys them. That's what shits me off. I've had mental health problems myself in the past, and yeah, it's not fun. You don't wanna feel like you're annoying anyone, but, you know, sometimes they're really hollow kinda offers from people is all I'm trying to say. We'll get back to the Supercoach. Thoughts on Brent Daniels? We already went through that one. So yeah, I think, if you're strapped for cash and you want someone really cheap, then he's the best in that price bracket, I think. Just beware, he's very injury prone though. Bailey, yo, can I send you my team on Twitter? Is it the account not used since 2020? No, that's not my account. I use my account pretty regularly. Um, yeah, it's just let me have a look, see if I got that right, but I'm sure it's just Wizard Supercoach. Yeah, it's just at Wizard Supercoach. So it should be pretty easy to find. Would you go the horny man or pay a little more and just go Pickett? I would just go Pickett. Pickett's got the set and forget role, and he's also most of the time he's got Max Gorn feeding him the ball with the taps. Horn Francis just too much variation in role when he's just too injury prone. We talked about him before, but yeah, I'd go Pickett. Just pay up, seriously. Sorry, these comments have gone crazy. Sorry, I'm trying to find where I was at because it moved. Michael Higginson, grab Bailey for good run. Cozzy, even though he will get Jordan tag. Either player will help fill out my forward line, or Sinclair, who will most likely be top six defender. Okay, so out of all them, Bailey's the least likely to be top six, even though, yes, he has got the good run. He's also a pretty inconsistent scorer most of the time. He has been better this year. So yeah, Cozzy's got the good role. Sinclair, as you said, he will be top six. He'll be top two. So yeah, you'll want him. Um, yeah, I think Sinclair or Cozzy if you can get him. Don't worry about the Jordan tag. I don't even know if one, they might not even bother tagging him because Sydney will probably just back themselves in to win anyway. And two, Jordan's very fit, but I don't know if he'll be able to keep up with Cozzy. Cozzy's just too fast, and I was told that, yeah, Butters was starting, like, off the back of the pack the other night, so that Mullen couldn't really tag him around the stoppage, so I'm assuming they might do something similar like that with Cozzy, 'cause, if it worked for Butters, yeah, I'm sure Cozzy can do it too. Cherry in round 14. Sorry, I can't remember what that was for. Michael Todd, Do you think Nick Newman is a top 6 defender? No, I don't. Since I've traded him in, he has gone from 90s to 70s on average. Yeah, no, he's not. He's he might come good, but I don't think he'll be top 6 or even top 8. Yeah, who knows? He's been good in the past. You can kinda never tell when that guy's gonna go big, so yeah, it's not looking great now, but who knows? He might turn it around for you. Max, I'm 21, mate. See nothing good. Max, what's that in, what are you referring to there? Let me know what you're referring to there with the little broken hearts and stuff. Sorry, it's hard to keep up. Like people were, I think you might be referring to other comments and stuff, but this is moving pretty quick, so it's hard for me to keep up. Just let me know. Clayton, howdy ho, whiz. Howdy partner. I went to Yo and Trelaw the last 2 weeks. I'm having fun with this year. Ranked about 1.6. Oh, that's good. That's a good rank. 1.6. There's most like other years, I'd kill to be 1.6. Yo and Trelaw. Wow, that's left field and that's ballsy. Like both of them, as we know, they can score, but geez, are they injury prone? Yeah, why not? Just roll the dice. That's killer. I respect the balls on you for sure. Max, I think it is the coach getting a horse that knows what he's doing would change us. I believe me and my dad say it all the time. Yeah, horse to Essendon obviously would be good. I think horse to the Crom would be good. Sick of Matty Nicks, so I think horse's phone would be ringing off the hook. Logically. Michael Higginson, thoughts on Bont? Break even 160, predict to lose 17k if he scores 121. Common sense says to wait one more week, but is there a world where you can go this week in the hope he goes higher and not lose too much more? It's the Bont. He could go 160 or get very close, like quite easily. He does it all the time. I wouldn't bother waiting. Like, what's the lowest he's gonna go? Like you say there, he predicted to lose 17k. Like, don't wait on 17k. If you want to get him, just get him now. 17k is not going to do much for you, and you might miss out on a big score. Woohoo review. You said Lindsay was a trade out. Yeah, I thought that was Xavier Lindsay, wasn't it? That they were referring to. I swear it was because yeah, it's Xavier Lindsay. Up here, Michael Higginson's comment. It definitely is as well because he said Xavier Lindsay and he says all three have similar break even 43 to 47. Um, Josh Lindsay is back down to like in the minus, I think. So it's not him. Yeah, I wouldn't be advocating to trade Josh Lindsay. No way. Where was I up to? Sorry. Duck Pastable. Interesting name. What's the origins of that one? But yeah, welcome. Congrats on your season so far, mate, and up the crom. It's not much to be up the crom about at the moment, but yep, cheers for that. Completely agree with your Knicks rant in the round review. Just unable to adapt quickly enough. Yeah, and that's the problem. He's obviously good with the culture stuff, but yeah, the match day strategy stuff he seems to really struggle with. Yeah, just pretty inflexible. It reminds me of Neil Craig after his first few years. Things weren't working anymore, and he just didn't want to change them. He kept saying like, we'll get better at doing it, but the game moves on. This is probably the biggest point I made last night. The new rules of the game, they do not suit slow play unless you're like an Essendon. Again, sorry, Essendon fans, but unless you're like an Essendon, you're kind of just trying to keep the score down and minimize damage. But the Crom should not be trying to do that. They should be trying to win after what happened last year. Max White. Someone was talking about Xavier Lindsay and he said to trade him out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I knew I wasn't going insane. I knew that they said it was Xavier Lindsay. Spud Farmer. Are you concerned that Cherry has only played very average rucks to date and scores 67 against one of those rucks? The 67 I think you're referring to was against Blackiston. He was doing all right until he lost his head and smeared blood. and from there on, he scored nothing. So, no, I'm not really worried. Um, if anyone's worried about Cherry, and I know that there was different rules last year and stuff, but I think we can all see by now that the rule changes are a bit overblown. People were expecting him to impact more, but yeah, if you're worried about Cherry, go back and watch my video from the preseason with the ruck versus ruck matchups, and you won't be worried. Cherry last year scored good against like everyone, so yeah, no, he's good. Don't worry about that. Duck pastel. Sorry if I've triggered you. No, not at all. It doesn't take much to trigger me about the Crom's misfortune and Matty Nix anyway. It gets me started. So sorry if you had to hear me rant. Righto on with the mentalness. Sooner we accept everyone is crazy, the better. Oh, yeah, exactly. Like, real crazy. Why we all spend hours a week playing a fantasy football game and getting stressed about it. And we could be using this kind of knowledge and playing the actual stock market and getting ahead. But no, we choose to do it with footy. So, yeah, we're all mental in a good way. And yeah, everyone needs to accept that everyone is mental. What's normal? Who knows? I don't. Cherry 192 break even this week, then Grundy next week, then round 12 bye. Yeah, so I guess yeah, you can make the case that bring him in after the bye then. I think he'll go huge this week though. Um so just in my case, like I've got 3 boosts left. So will I have 3 boosts in round 13? I don't know. So it's kind of like now or never for me, but it depends on people's teams. But yeah, I can see why you're saying that for sure. Jack, thinking Clary this week because good value and roll and he has a great run. Yep. Probably looking at Roberts next week and Merritt week after. Based on this, who out of Jake's, McAndrew, Bruin, and Sarong to go? Oh, everyone's asking that, and I don't know because I don't know who I'm trading out. But oh, McAndrew. Out of all of them, I say Bruin is the one to keep at least. Sarong, I think, won't go so great this week on the SCG. Jake's, I've just kind of lost faith in him to get any kind of spike score. So yeah, I don't know. Choose 2 out of the 3, but not Bruin. I think he's all right. Max White, Essendon. Yeah, don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. I'm assuming you're just replying to someone else's comment. I thought I was having a mental health episode. Woohoo review. Oh yeah, mate, if you are, as we were just saying, it's normal. Masturbate her. Yep, welcome back. Remember you from other streams as well. With Gorner Grundy, would you rather bring in Jackson or Cherry this week, knowing you're likely to fade one of the big 4 for the rest of the season? Okay, this is something I've thought about a lot. I think I'm definitely leaning more towards Cherry because he's got those huge ceiling scores that I don't think Jackson has at the moment, or at least he's shown he doesn't so far. Like, what I'm talking like 180s and stuff. The other thing is Jackson could quite easily end up with forward DPP down the track. So if you bring in Cherry now, you could hope to get Jackson later and end up with all 4. But I just feel like if you get Jackson now, it's going to be harder to get Cherry down the track. So I say, yeah, all 4. Thoughts on Max out in 2 weeks' time. I know it's crazy, but could get me up 3 upgrades if I trade him after West Coast game. Oh, that's ballsy. Who are you going to though? Like, who would you get in for Max out? I'll tell you right now, like the reason why I've had a decent season so far is because of backing in guys like Max and just trying to target these guys that have huge ceilings. I think going against them this year, it's not worked out so well for most people. So, in other years it has, but yeah, the rookies I think they've made it so you can just go with those big hitters and the rest kind of even it out around them. So I wouldn't be trading Max. I think You're only gonna want him later, I think, so there's probably no point. No rule changes have helped my coach Vossi. I think Vossi's beyond help, sorry. He was a champion player. He was scary. Like, I remember when I was a kid and the Crom would play against Brisbane, I hated it every time because Vossi is probably gonna run through one of our players and put him on a stretcher. The same as, the Roo used to do to them, but, yeah, no, Vossi, this is proof that champion players don't always make champion coaches. Amiable James, cool name. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Is it worth trading in JHF for Blamires this week, or would you wait a week? No, like, what are you waiting on? I don't think so. What's his break even? It's got to be lowish, right? If people are so interested in him. 65. Yeah, no, you get him this week. Yeah, don't wait. It's kind of takes away half of his appeal, I think, if you wait. Or would you trade Brish for Horn Francis instead? High break even, likely to lose cash. You could, but it feels a bit sideways. Yeah, you totally could. Someone asked me before about trading Rochelle. I think you can. I don't think he's going to be top 6 or 8. There's just too much variation in his floor and ceiling. Like, it's always been that way. Just he didn't used to have the ceiling games. Woohoo review. I have 0 boost left. Oh, geez. But you know what? That's not the worst thing because I'm pretty sure the guy that won it last year, he said that he had no boosts. Like, he used them all in the first, I think, 5 or 6 weeks. So it's not the worst thing, really. When you know you can win it based off that. So yeah. Bailey, hey, I can't send you a photo on Twitter. Do you know how? Send me a message, and when I get off of here, I'll try and work it out with you. But yeah, send me a message so then I've got your account. Jack Burr. Also just wanted to say, love the vids and congrats on the season so far. Not many Supercoach YouTubers willing to help others like this. Oh, there are. There definitely are. Like DR he's the GOAT. He's probably the most helpful guy on YouTube for sure. Um I think there's a lot that are. I don't know what a lot of others are doing. To be honest, like I've said, I don't have a lot of time. I kind of just watch like there's only a couple other YouTubers I really watch. I watch DR obviously. I've been a long time fan, and then the guys from FTTV like George and I love their podcast, and George is pretty helpful. Outside of that though, like I don't mind Hippo Supercoach, especially when he gets angry. But I don't really watch too many others, so I guess I don't know. I guess I don't know if others are really willing to help. I think they are though, from what I've seen. But yeah, cheers for that. Paul Sheehan, I played the Bitcoin and stock market game. Supercoach is way less stressful. Even if you spend $700 on cash leagues, you sleep way better at night. Yep, fair point. I'll just leave it at that. You can see what I mean though when I said that before. Like, it's definitely I definitely about 10 years ago, I was doing a little bit of crypto as well, and a lot of it's transferable to Supercoach, like similar strategies and stuff, I guess you'd say. But no, I know what you mean for sure. Like, at least Supercoach, there's no entry fee or anything. Max, Cherry got 192 break even. He can get that this week. Exactly. The amount of people I see ragging on guys like Gorn and Cherry in, during games in like live game chats and stuff, when they have one quarter where they didn't go huge. It's like, do you forget that these guys can literally score like 80 in a quarter? Like, it happens all the time. If you remember back to the West Coast game where Cherry went, what did he go, like 198, whatever he got. People were laughing in the first quarter because at one point he was on like -6. He basically scored like 190 points in 3 quarters. So, like, yeah, you can't underestimate these guys. They're in a league of their own for a reason. Clayton Hawkins, the week before I got Yo, then Trelaw, I grabbed Sam Draper. Oh, geez. Having fun waiting for it to collapse on me. Best wishes for the season, Wiz. You're killing it. Cheers, mate. And yeah, it sounds like you are. You got a good rank as well. Yo, Trelaw, and Draper. That's like the holy trinity of injury prone. Glad you're having fun with it though. Like, that's good. That's what it's about. Um, yeah, wow, Draper. He's a scary one with that Achilles thing. Because being a ruck and having to jump. I didn't injured my Achilles. I tore it back in the day, and having to come back from that and having to try and jump was the scariest thing ever. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't want to go near any ruck with an Achilles past. Mate, the great. I plan to get Callahan and McCluggage the next 2 weeks after this one. What are your thoughts on them? Okay. Callahan, I'm not too interested in until he starts to score well again. I think I said before, he can get all the way down to like 450, and I'm not going to be interested because if he gets down to 450, there's a reason why, and that's because he's scoring shit. Yes, he will turn it around probably at some point, but kind of want to see it first. And now that he's discounted, and I don't think he's bottomed out yet, but you can kind of wait around on him. McCluggage, I definitely want to get him in at some point, but I'm just waiting to see his TOG go up again and be confident that they're not managing him, which they could be doing that for a long time. Like calf injuries they're hard to get over apparently, and yeah, I mean he's not old, but he's sort of what's he about 28 now. There's every chance they could just manage him all the way through to finals now. We know what Brisbane are like. They're good for a reason. So yeah, both could be picks, but not yet. Paul Sheehan, also thoughts on Dale. I've failed on a few picks like Dawson, debatable, Brayshaw, Anderson, Kirch, but I still have 29 trades and four. Wow, 29 trades and 4 boosts. You're killing it. Playing the long game like your good self. Well, you're playing the even longer game than me if that's what you've got. But yeah, those picks are unfortunate so far. Dawson was good on the weekend though. I think Anderson will come good soon enough. But yeah, Brayshaw and Kirch, I don't know. Thoughts on Dale? Sorry, I missed your actual question there. He'll be alright. I don't think he's going to be top 8 defender, but he certainly, now that the Bulldogs have dropped off, he's going to have more opportunity to have ball back there. I think he's got the monopoly pretty much on the kick-ins, so I expect quite a few kick-ins for him. But yeah, I don't think he'll be top 8 in the end. Props to DR, 100%. Don't forget the Skodfather. Yeah, I don't watch the Skodfather that much. I got nothing against the guy at all. Yeah, he's got a cool thing going on for sure. I've watched him a little bit, but yeah, it's just a matter of time. Like, I don't have much time. As I said, once footy season starts, and sorry, motorbike went past. If you can hear that, it's pretty bloody loud. Yeah, I don't have much time once my own season starts. I'm playing and coaching. To play Resi's, coach the A grade. It's quite time consuming. So yeah, not a hell of a lot of time to watch Supercoach stuff, especially when I got kids and stuff as well and work, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm sure the Skodfather is good as well. Michael Todd, what are your trades, mate? I don't know. I don't even know what they are on a Thursday normally, let alone on a Monday. I'm probably at this point, I'm looking at trying to use a boost and get Cherry into the flex. So that would probably be McAndrew out, maybe Sarong and one other, maybe Jakes. I don't know. See how it plays out because obviously I want to get Rechko, but then that means I got to get another rookie. And right now, I don't think there's any that I'm really too interested in. So I got to work that out. Jason Wickens, welcome. I really want to get Hugh McCluggage and Callahan next week, but I can get both of them if I get Track this week as well. Would you get Horn Francis or Bailey instead of Track in order to save some coin? No, I wouldn't. I think Track's still slightly underpriced. I would be getting him for sure. Any team that doesn't have him, probably going to fall behind. He's a dead cert to be top 6 if he stays fit. As I said before, again with McCluggage, wait and see his TOG come up before you get on him so you can wait for sure. Callahan, wait until he strings some good games together. He's not going to get away from us quick because he's so low in price now. He's going to go down before he goes up, I think. So yeah, I would get Track. for sure. And yeah, track is just in another league to Horn, Francis, and Bailey. Any rookies you're looking at apart from Rechko, also Anderson been amazing so far. Oh yeah, Angry Anderson, he's been killer. Um, yeah, I love watching him play. Just haven't got to watch him too much. Any rookies you're looking at? Oh yeah, apart from Rechko. No, that's the problem. I can't find anyone else that I want to bring in this week. I may end up to do what I want to do and use the boost and get Cherry. I may have to end up either going early on someone or something like that. But yeah, there's no one even. I've had a look. Not confident on going early on anyone either. Connor McKenna, maybe. I don't know. I don't think his job security is great though. Where was I up to? This is moving fast. Randy Brayshaw doing well this year, but psyched for no OR. Oh yeah, opening round next year. Without opening round, wouldn't have started that Brayshaw fault. Yeah, it's going to be great just being able to pick whoever we want. It's probably another reason why I didn't have Baz this year. But yeah, I saw Caro saying that opening round was gone, and whether you love or hate her, she's pretty good at reporting stuff like that. She's usually on the money. Just her opinion pieces that piss me off. But yeah, I think because she's reported that, you can consider it as good as gone. It's great. Supercoach Pro 91. 91, very good year. Yo, what are your trades this week? I just went through that a second ago. Yeah, looking at Cherry in, use a boost. McAndrew out, Sarong out, Rechko in, and then the other one, I got no idea. What's this one? Sam. Oh, I'm going to butcher your name. Sam McBrearty. I'll just call you Sam. Thoughts on McAndrew, Bruin, and Blamires to Cherry Pickett and Rechko? Oh yeah, yeah, that's killer. I wish I could do something like that. I can't quite. Yeah, that's what I was hoping to be able to do was Cherry Rechko, and then maybe have some money left over to upgrade like a Bruin or someone to an actual, out and out primo. But I don't think I can do it. So yeah, I'm jealous. Like that's heaps good. That's what I'd be doing if I could. So yeah, go do that. Max trade Max out could get me in two big boy defenders in 2 weeks. Well, who have you already got in the ruck? That's the thing. Like it's becoming pretty clear that there's 4 top rucks. And then it's probably reminds me of if anyone's a tennis fan, back in the day there was the big 3 and the big 4. The big 4, obviously, you've got Cherry, Gorn, Grundy, and Jackson at the moment. If you go on the big 3 that are a cut above, I think Jackson's the one that's number 4. So you don't really want to lose Max because you can only really have 3 of them, as we went through before. So I mean, to get the defenders, like I don't know, the defenders are more evenly spread out, so I wouldn't be doing it. Amiable James, can you please talk about VC and C options for this week? Yeah, we did that before. So I'm looking at Butters for the VC. Should destroy the Crom shit midfield. And as for captain, oh no, probably go Bont VC into Butters C. There's not a hell of a lot. Maybe Baz against North if you've got him. I don't have him. Maybe Sinclair bounces back. See if Heaney plays. He might do well against Melbourne. I don't know. It's probably the least obvious week of the year so far. I've said before, I've just been using the rucks a lot and targeting them preying on shitty ruckman. And I think I used Dacos and Bomp one other week each. But yeah, it's definitely harder this week for sure. Global Sports Cards. G'day, you mad dog. Yeah, you know me well. Yeah, g'day to you too. Thanks for joining in. I think Parker was a huge cheap pod to bring in a few weeks ago. Yeah, for sure. I still don't trust it though. I know you're a big fan of DR. He doesn't trust it either. We've talked a bit about it. Yeah, it's the Clarko factor. So while it has been a really good pick, it could all blow up really, really easily. But I guess if Parker's made all that money, you could easily just sideways him at that point. But you'd hope that doesn't happen in upgrade season. Max White, we need Wiz to go live more. Oh, I'd love to. I love just chatting shit and chatting Supercoach. It's purely down to time for me. But yeah, I will try. I'll try to go live more. Global sports cars. Cherry has a huge break even. Yeah, he does. But if anyone's going to hit it, it'd be him. I mean, he's playing Mitch Edwards. You'd think. I don't think they're going to bring in Stanley or whatever. It looks like they've settled down Mitch Edwards for the future. And yeah, even though I think North will get destroyed, Cherry he'll go big. Masturbate her. Worrell and Heaney had calf tightness. Some other primos had calf strains and missed more weeks. Is that an injury that concerns you with a player moving forward? Yes and no. See, I don't think that the calf thing is really affecting Worrell. I think it's a different problem altogether with him. It's not an injury. Obviously, Heaney, that's a tough one. McCluggage, it does, though. Brisbane are obviously just being really cautious with it. So, yeah, that's an important one. But yeah, we don't like to see soft tissue injuries in any picks, really. We know it's kind of like kryptonite for Supercoach. OPs didn't see the trades comment above my comment. Dale season for me at that price. Yeah, back him in. He's got the scoring history for sure. I don't think Dale was a bad pick by any stretch. Woohoo review. Sick of not having a loop and leaving big scores on the bench. Is it worth bringing in a dead 99k mid forward? Oh, it's hard to advocate using a trade to bring one in. And I was only saying this last night, but compared to other years, has anyone noticed that there is so much less like viable mid forward DPP rookies? Like normally we've got a heap of them in the forward line and midfield. This year it's all like defender mid rookies. So I guess it could help. I mean, I've got Dyson Sharp, and I was saying that I want him dropped so I can have him as that perma loop because he's not making money. But that's only because I've already got him. And yeah, it helps and stuff, but I don't know if I'd be bringing one in. Have you already got one in R3? Like, if you don't, then maybe you can get away with it. I've got a dead R3. I got Kalani White. And yeah, it's been really useful, obviously, having that loophole option. So yeah, I can see the merit and I like having it myself, but I wouldn't be trading one in. Bailey, thoughts on Cooper Lord? I talked about Cooper Lord a lot in the preseason. I was pretty big on him. It's hard with Carlton and their midfield, though. I mean, George Hewitt can't even get a run in there. I don't know what's with that. Voss probably deserves to be sacked on that alone. But yeah, there's too many mouths to feed. You got Chera. Jagger Smith can't even get in there enough at the moment. So what did Lord score on the weekend? He played, didn't he? He's definitely one of those where he absolutely needs CBAs or he's going to do nothing. I know that. Scored a 70. At that price, he's not scoring enough. I'm not interested. I wouldn't be going there. He had to get a clear run at it. I think I said in pre-season when I was talking about him, like if I was going to even entertain looking at him, you'd need like an injury to Chera and even one other probably. Max White. I have Grundy and Max and Cherry in this week. Yeah, that's all you need. Like, just set and forget. Don't mess with it, I think. Grundy is banned from my team. There's a court order. What's with that? Banned from your team. Do you want points or not? I don't know what's going on there. Chris Davis. Anyone think Laddams might come in to help Grundy at some stage? I don't think so. It's not like McAndrew, like where he might get help at some point, or Max needed it. Grundy looks fresh as he's just doing what he does, and Looks pretty unfazed. I mean, they've got Amadi, so, all they'd have to do is just up Amadi's ruck time a little bit if Grundy was starting to get tired. I don't think they bring Laddams in. I mean, where else do you play him if he's not just sitting on the bench for, like, most of the game? I can't see it happening. It'd be different if they didn't have Amadi, obviously. Oh, woohoo review. You disagree. You think yes, that big yes, that he could come in. Interesting. I did see that Laddams had a huge game in the VFL, but I don't know. I don't think so. Tic Tac Slice. Oh, what's that taste like? Hey Wiz. Hey Tic Tac Slice. Thanks for joining. Thoughts on McAndrew up to any ruck if he's at R2 already have Dogger? Yeah, if you can do it, do it. I said before, if you've got McAndrew, anyone's still got McAndrew in R2, you're just bleeding points to other teams because a lot of people have at least two of the big three now. Luis, Charlie Edwards as a rookie, potentially eye test looks good just if he can stay in the squad. Oh, I got to disagree. Okay, so I've had pretty big raps on him just knowing what he's been doing in the reserves, but at AFL level, I was pretty critical of him in the second week because he just looked so off the pace, like so slow to make a decision. And with the way the Crom are going right now, like if they were going like they were last year, I could have seen they'd probably just persist with him. But it's panic stations right now. I think like they're seriously in danger of missing the finals if this keeps up. So, I mean, I think he'll come back in the team at some point. They're saying he's the next Dawson, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think he'll keep his spot this week. There's quite a few coming back from injury, I think. So he'll lose his spot. I got a mid bench full of gold and rookie rule that sucks. Going down for 99K allows an extra primo. Oh yeah, like why not? Who am I to say? Seriously, whatever works. So, like you listen to these people that have won before, and a lot of them have broken the like Supercoach rules. We hear about them all the time, like these golden rules. But yeah, the ones that break them are the ones that win. You just got to do it at the right time. Arthur Jones, 119K mid forward, minus 31 break even, is back this week according to Zero Hanger. Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, consider me interested. Yeah, mid forward, that's very enticing. I don't think he's got a great role or anything, but um, yeah, that could allow me to get Cherry. So I think, yeah, should be looking at him. Chris Davis, did you see Laddam's game in the VFL this week? I didn't see the game, but I saw the stat sheet and stuff. Saw a few posts about it. Pretty big. Still don't think that's going to get him in the team though. Just off that, I think he's really just there as insurance for Grundy, or if like Amadi goes down. I mean, they got Kerner and McDonald up forward. You don't really need to have Amadi there at all times. Even I think what's his McLean. If he's not injured, I think McLean would come in ahead of Laddams. Like he was at least a half decent forward at times. Laddams can't really play forward. Woohoo review. AJ does have a good high forward role. Who's AJ? Oh, Arthur Jones. Oh, he's a high forward. I thought he was like a forward pocket. Yeah, okay. Well, that's even better then. But I mean, Lombard had that as well and it didn't turn out to be so good. But yeah, I think might just have to go there. Can't be picky at this point. I think Artie Jones is a must-have for you. I started him and just been holding all season. When he came back, got the 82 and couldn't have gone better. Yeah, cool. I'm glad that you brought that up. I didn't even notice him. I didn't know he's going to be back this week. That's why. He did a hamstring though, didn't he? Like that's a bit of a worry. Don't like soft tissue injuries, but I guess it's upgrade season. It's probably not like the end of the world if he does it again and then he's gonna come back. Preseason games were sick. Yeah, he was good. Yeah, no, I think I gotta go there. This is why I like these. No one can possibly keep tabs on everything going on, and especially when you're kind of strapped for time. So you guys bringing this to my attention, that's pretty good. I like it. Thanks. Andy Mona's Wakefield. Is that how you say it? I know he's the Melbourne guy. 145k defender could be in for his first game this season, this week or next. Is he like a rebounding halfback, or is he a tall or something? I don't know. All I know is he plays for Melbourne. I remember the name. Is he in for Petty or something like that? Wow, 37 people online. I didn't expect that many. I don't think I've ever had that many on at once in a live. I went early on AJ last week because I went early on Angry the week before because Rechko this week. Yeah, it's they say it's like a golden rule, don't go early on rookies, but if you've already seen them play and you know they're coming back, it's fine. I did it with Murdoch. Got him the week before he came back because it allowed me to get an upgrade. Like sometimes you just have to do it. It's good planning ahead. It's very underrated. I think that not enough players do it. Small defender, but Bowie also played managed minutes in the VFL. Oh, so Bowie could be back soon. Is that right? That's a bit scary. How long's Salem out for as well? Yeah, there's a lot that could possibly take that spot off him, hey? Keep an eye on it, I guess. Toaster 2006. Cool name. Worth going Reedy for McAndrew at R3. Not sure that there will be many other R3 options for the rest of the year. No, I don't like his job security whatsoever. And his scoring history when he's not solo ruck is pathetic, really. Not having a crack at him because, he's playing AFL and I'm just a fat shit behind a microphone. But yeah, he kind of needs Pito out the team, and I think Pito's coming back pretty soon. He's listed at 1 or 2 weeks. Could be one, and then if he's 1 week, you get one price rise out of him. He's not scored enough no matter what he gets this week. I don't think he scored enough to make you enough in one price rise. That's what I'm trying to say. Masturbate her. What's that say? Snalem is terrible, can't run. Oh, say yeah. Salem can't run, you reckon? Yeah, right. They probably move him. It's probably in their best interest to start kind of moving past those older players anyway. Melbourne have got some good young guys. Maybe get the games into him now. I think Salem's like he's past his best now. It's going to hold him back. Oh, okay. Mona's Wakefield was talked up hard preseason to take kick-ins. Yeah, okay. That's cool. I seriously think there's too much emphasis put on kick-ins though. Like they're good and stuff, but if you ever notice, champion data, they definitely score them differently for different players. I've seen it where McKerch is getting like 5 points a kick, and then others are getting like 1 or 2. So I don't know, but yeah, that's good if he's getting that. Like it's obviously more important for a rookie because when they're low in price like that, every point counts more. Bowie worth it when he comes back and gets set. Only down last year was Stephen May. Yeah, Bowie had a bit of a breakout season, didn't he? Pretty unfortunate he got injured. Yeah, that's right. Stephen May was taking his kick-ins and stuff. May's gone. Thoughts? Yeah, you'd want to wait a little bit, wait for him to come back and then see what he does. He's not discounted, is he? Because he's missed the whole season, hasn't he? Let me just have a look. He's not one I've really been paying attention to because I thought he was out for the season. Oh, he's 500k. I think, yeah, if you're gonna be looking at him, just wait the 2 weeks. Um, yeah, just wait the 2 weeks before his price changes and then assess from there. I think pretty dangerous to get him straight in. He'll probably be managed. Matthew, Kirch a trade out or build around him. Oh, so this is like a it's like a two sides to the coin. So for the reason that I wouldn't trade him in is because you don't know what Clarko is going to do. It's almost the same for trading him out. Like at first glance, I'd say yeah, trade him out, but then you think like Clarko could just as easily this week throw him into defense and keep him there for the rest of the year. So yeah, I'd lean towards trading him out if you can. But yeah, don't blame me if Clarko goes and does a Clarko. How is the kick in plus the 1-2 such a cheap way to rack up the numbers? Yeah, it is a cheap way to rack up the numbers, but it's also ridiculous that as I said in the video last night, in a game that's supposedly based on impact, that has no impact usually. So, you see players like Ash get absolutely obliterated with the scaling because he made one mistake because of impact purposes, and yet, yeah, you get players like that have those, the McKercher, the Roberts, the Luke Ryans, and that just yeah, bulk points for nothing. Paul Sheehan, Trelaw at 300k. I did it last and broke every rule in the book. Hoping I've bought an F6. Oh, I hope you have too. I don't have the balls to go there at all. But if he's ever going to score well, if he can stay fit, it's going to be now while the Bulldogs have injuries. Bit more opportunity around the place for him. I quite like Trelaw as a player, but I'm pretty sure this is his last year. Toaster, need cash. McAndrew to a 99k ruck if you think Reedy isn't worth it at R3. Well, yeah, I'd be a hypocrite to say no because I've got Kalani White in R3. I've had him there since the start of the year, and having that loop has been really handy. I think pretty much every year I play with an R3 because, I play with a loop in the R3 because unless there's an absolute like a home run kind of ruck, like a guaranteed thing, I I think that the loophole outweighs it. The points that you'd get by using the loophole outweigh having someone there that's going to give you like a 30-point average. Um, Obviously Edwards was a bit of a miss this year. I didn't know that was going to happen. A lot of people didn't, but yeah, I think it's fine. I think yeah, get like Kalani White or whatever, right at home. Woohoo review, bringing it back to the mental health conversation. Get rid of Kirch. It's self care. Yes, yeah, I agree. It's like that with most North players, unfortunately, just because of Clarko. He's probably the biggest terrorist now in the AFL. Used to be Bevo, obviously, but yeah, we're not getting that out of Bevo lately. So it's got to be Clarko, doesn't it? Like the only thing worse is owning Jordan Clark this year. NQR primos like Kirch. I would trade up to a Grundy Jackson type, not another cheap speculative primo that could fail. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Actually, that's a good call. Is NQR what I think it is? Yeah, it is. It's that cheap shop thing. Yep. Good call. Yep. I think in a season like this, is everything. And yeah, if you've got to use a trade to go sideways from a Kirch type, you don't want to be going into another one that's potentially another trade down the road. Matthew, at the end of the game, Ash got an intercept mark and effective inside 50 straight after that and got 0 points for it all. This game is beyond me. This is exactly what I was saying last night. That was, for me, was like, what the hell is going on? It's probably the most shocking thing I've seen in terms of the champion data stuff. I know I'm not alone in this. I know that we can't all be wrong. We all watch so much football, invest so much time into it. Even if it's subconsciously, you pick up on the inconsistencies. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. That was ridiculous, especially because the game was like on the line still. intercept mark, like, isn't that meant to be 5 points, I think, for uncontested intercept mark? Yep. So it seems that he got nothing for that because he got run down and had that clanger. I don't even think it would have went down as a clanger because he got tackled as he kicked it. But yeah, that turnover that caused a goal in the third quarter. Like, this is where it's ridiculous. Champion data need to be renamed circle jerk data. Yeah, that, or I've heard criminal data around a lot. Good call. There's just so much mystery with it. That's part of the problem. Um, I've had someone in the comments kind of hit me up about it, and they made a point, and it's a fair point. They said Champion Data, they're not doing the ranking points just for Supercoach. So what they're saying is, like, they're not trying to alter them for Supercoach purposes. Because I suggested that, you see certain players when they're highly owned and stuff, they seem to get a better run with Champion Data. If you have a pods definitely seem to get like bit of a harsher run, I think. And yeah, they said they're not doing it just for Supercoach purposes. They use them for other things. But what I think it is like the ranking points. Supercoach can do whatever they want with the ranking points. It's like Champion Data aren't the ones that make Supercoach. So I don't know. They need to be a bit more transparent with it. That's all I think. At least then we could, it would shut us up. We wouldn't be able to argue. And yeah, there's too much grey area. You know what it's like when it's a shut up shop, people's minds wander. But yeah, we can't all be wrong. Not from watching this much footy. Still got 30 people online. Wow. So the questions are starting to slow down now. Probably won't do it too much longer if there's not too many more questions. Isn't it KFC that runs Supercoach? Is it? I thought it was the Herald Sun. I'm not sure. I think KFC sponsors it. Isn't KFC tied up more with the cricket? I'm not sure. But there's, the Herald Sun I've heard a few times them say about engagement dropping and stuff, and how do they make it more engaging for longer? Because, when players feel like they can't win the overall anymore, they kind of just drop out. Doesn't it make sense that these highly owned players, they would be trying to favour them a bit to keep people more, or even, the highly traded in players to keep people a bit more interested? I don't know. Like, they don't want people rage quitting. I could be wrong. I probably am wrong. But as I said, until it's transparent, it's hard not to think things like that. I don't want to get into conspiracy rabbit holes here too much, though. Thoughts on getting in Merritt versus Holmes? Good question, Jonathan. I own Merritt, but I'd be getting Holmes. Merritt's been really good and consistent, but I think it's too hard to ignore that Holmes is in a top team, Merritt's in a bottom team. Holmes doesn't really get tagged. He's got a killer role, whether it's in the midfield or in defence. Merritt's got to put in like his best shift every week just to get to a ton, because he's up against it big time. Doesn't get much help. Again, I'm probably pissing off the Essendon fans there, but so be it. So yeah, I'd go Holmes, even though he's a little bit more expensive. Matthew, well, at the start of the year, they gave us a point scoring system. So if that's not accurate or used, what's the point of even watching? Bullshit. Okay, so there's a guy, I think his name is Jaden Popowski. He's on Discord. I've seen him in the FTTV Discord. He worked out, he has a website. I forget what it's called. But he worked out the scoring system like pretty accurately himself. But where it gets interesting is that the scaling can just do anything they want. So that's the secret herbs and spices. That's the part we have no idea about. And this is interesting. I found out that even clearances don't count towards Supercoach score. So when you see like a Lockie Neal or something, he's had, say, 10 clearances, and you wonder, like, why isn't he on a bigger score? Because he's had 10 clearances. It makes no difference. You don't get extra points for a clearance, which to me, in a game that's meant to be based on impact, that is absolute crap, because what are midfielders mostly, centre bounce midfielders, what are they mostly measured on? It's clearances. Just, yeah, really bizarre. He also runs on the Arc. Oh, the Colonel. Yeah. Interesting take on Merritt. I've been feeling FOMO. Maybe Roberts is the better choice. Well, Roberts is slightly cheaper, and he is going to be much closer to being top of his line, I reckon, than Merritt will be. I think Merritt will end up around eighth to 10th, something like that. Roberts could easily be like top three by the end of the year in defense. Essendon's upcoming run is real nice too. Is there such a thing for Essendon this year? Haven't they been beaten by all the easy teams? And the only one they beat, I think, was Melbourne. Melbourne haven't been bad. I don't know. I'm probably being too harsh. And I'm probably pissing off their supporters too much now. It's actually kind of fun. Melbourne will tag Holmes. It was funny how he had a sook after a game saying Sparrow and Goodwin were clueless and didn't know how to tag. Yeah, right. I didn't know about that. Well, I hope Melbourne tag him because I don't own him. Who would do it though? Oh, Tholstrip probably. But isn't he down back taking kick-ins and stuff now? So, um, yeah, you hope every player that you don't own gets tagged. Really, I'm sorry. Like, I hope that everyone does well and stuff, but I'm also trying to win, so I'll just be upfront about that. You'd rather tag Baz, wouldn't you? Oh, maybe, but I think teams don't really give a shit about Baz because he turns the ball over so much. I don't think they view him as too damaging as opposed to Holmes, who he's pretty good kick and stuff. Baz will get like 35 touches a week, but I don't know. Just off the top of my head, it's like half of them will be turnovers. And yet he still scores somehow really well in Supercoach. So no, I wouldn't rather tag Baz, I think. Matthew, J Mac. Oh yeah, so McInerney, a target for top six forwards or not. Should be scoring the house down with this role. Yeah, and that was part of the reason why I got him in. He's going at like 70% CBAs. And even when Errol's in the team, he was scoring well. They all score better with Errol in the team with Sydney. It's a weird one. But yeah, you'd think he should be. I own him. And last couple of weeks, or probably not so much this week, but last week he was definitely underscored. He had like 26 and 2 goals. So yeah, Champion Data seemed to dislike him for some reason. You can have a look at his stat line. There is nothing in there to suggest that he should have been sub 100 last week. But yeah, he'll be around the top 6 somewhere, probably top 8, I'd say. James, non-super coach question. Here we go. This is interesting. Who are you tipping, Pies or Hawks and Dogs versus Freo and the showdown match? I'm tipping the Hawks, obviously. Pies were good last week. I didn't see it, but oh no, again, they only played Essendon. Sorry, Essendon fans. And Dogs versus Freo. I think Freo, they're on a good run. And then the showdown. The showdown's 50-50. Like, Cromer in shit form, Porter actually in good form. It's never ever mattered on a ladder position much. It's just always been all out war in those games. Even when there was years when like one was at the top, one was at the bottom, you could never really predict it, and it would usually go one win apiece each year. So I don't know with the showdown. I'll probably say the Crom will just win. Dreamtime at the G has been renamed Spoon Time at the G. Oh God. I'm not saying any more on Essendon. Stop trying to bait me. These supporters are going to like dislike my videos into oblivion. I'll lose all my subs. I think Essendon will finish above West Coast if that's anything. I think it'll be Richmond and West Coast fighting it out. Baz is a Supercoach cheat code. I bought him in last year after he went up 300k. Yeah, he is. And I had to bring him in last year as well. I didn't start him because I way overthought it. Like, after looking into the stats and stuff, unless he was getting like 90% game time previously in his career, he wasn't scoring very well. And I thought, well, Geelong are notorious for like managing players and swapping their roles around and stuff. But no, they just threw Buzz straight in there, full game time, everything, and he went nuts. So yeah, I just swallow my pride and bring him in after, like, I think it was, I don't know, round 2 or something. But yeah, he's bloody good in Supercoach. Even better in fantasy, I think. J-Mac, 77 kicks and 100 handballs limits him big time. Does he actually handball more than kick normally? I thought it was the other way around. That's why this week I know that this is why I thought he wasn't underscore because he handballed more than kicked. But I thought that was odd because from the eye test when I watch him, it seems like he just runs and guns. He reminds me of Lockie Ash a little bit. I thought he kicked more, but that's interesting. Would you do McKercher, Jagger, and Blamires for Daniels, Roberts, and Rechko? It depends on the rest of your team. I don't really know. I like the bit with McKercher up to Roberts. I don't know about the Brent Daniels one though. Is there a way that you can just go like McKercher and say like McKercher and Jagger to Roberts and Rechko? I don't know. Yeah, it's too hard without knowing the rest of your team. Like if you're flush for cash, I wouldn't be going for Daniels. We've seen this year that those kind of like awkward price sugar hits, as DR calls them, they've not worked out. Chris Davis, score involvements, impact, and efficiency seem to have more emphasis for scoring this year. Cozzy, Nas, all high impacts, high score involvements. Yeah, but then you could argue that this round, Cozzy had 4 goals and he went 129. I know he turned it over a bit, but if it's going on scoring so much, why was Cozzy not like a 150? Just imagine if, say, Nas had 4 goals and 30 touches, what would he have been at? Because he can turn it over as good as anyone. Not saying he's a bad kick, but he just sometimes he bites off a bit too much and doesn't seem to affect his score. West Coast will be 3 wins after beating Richmond this week. You'd think so, but it's probably a bit of a danger game. Richmond's a weird one. I thought they did so much better last year than expected, and they looked like a team where their system was pretty good. It didn't matter that they had lost a lot of players. They looked more competitive than like West Coast and North and that. But yeah, they've dropped behind big time. Have they got a ton of injuries or something going on? I know Taranto's out. That's going to hurt them, but yeah, I expect them to be better than West Coast, and it hasn't looked like it's happened. And Mersey, is that your name? Sorry, I probably butchered that one as well. Archie Roberts returns to earth after Redmond returns, or is he a top 10, 110 average on the cards from here? Well, we've already seen him play with Redmond. This come up earlier. Um, Let me just look it up. So someone said before that he played with Redmond. Redmond went out in the Port game, I believe. So what? I think Roberts was already scoring good before that, like with Redmond. Yeah, it would probably impact him a little bit having Redmond, but I don't think it'll wreck him as a pick. Oh, yeah, okay. No, his scores were probably lower with Redmond. Like he went the 53. I don't know if that's because it was Redmond or it's because it was against Hawthorn. But yeah, I reckon it impacts him a little bit, but he should still be a good pick. Like, yeah, he'll come down at some point. But I think, yeah, top 10, surely top 10, probably top 6. Matthew, I got a feeling trades are going to be very, very valuable at the end of the run this year. Seems everyone don't agree. I think you will still need 15 after these buys. Jeez. All right. So while I fully agree with the first part, I was saying that earlier tonight. This season's going to be a war of attrition. That's my belief. Needing to have 15 after the buys, 15 trades after the buys. That is a lot. If we're in upgrade season now, we're in round 7. We got 5 weeks before the buys start. Most people are sitting on like 12 primos, 13 primos. You should be like full primo coming out of the buys. Or just about. I don't see why you need 15 trades after the buys. I see your point, but 15 is probably a bit heavy. Jonathan, you holding Bruin over McAndrew this week? Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure, yeah. If you look at Bruin's scoring, he's basically been scoring like a discount primo. If you give him a pass for the Crom game, he broke his nose. No one's gonna play well with that unless you're like that Mark Rashuda or Michael Voss kind of mold, which he's not. There's hardly anyone is. Um, he's actually scored really good bar the Bulldogs game, so I'm happy to hold him for a while. McAndrew's obviously getting towards the end of that run, and I said earlier, I don't know if you're on here at that point, but I think he's gonna get rested for the Richmond game. I can see it coming. And there's no guarantee he's gonna do well against Sweet this week because, yeah, Sweet likes the skinnier kind of ruckman. He likes to push him around. Who is M5 to M8 by round 17? Very good question. Let me have a look. I'll try and answer this as quickly as I can. I think you got Butters, Dacos, Bont, Baz. That's your top 4. We'll put Holmes in there, so that's, yeah. Rao, I think. Who else is there? If Merritt keeps this up, it'd be Merritt. Who else is there? Let me have a look. Sorry, I don't have all the names in front of me. I'm getting it now. Oh, Heaney, I reckon. After that, it's pretty hard. It's a good question. It could be like a Lockie Neal. I don't know. I think that's the question for everyone. We don't really know. Like the first maybe 6 or 7 are pretty obvious, and then after that it gets harder. Lucas, Richmond have no Nank, Mansell, Taranto, main 3 outs. Should that really be causing them to underperform this much though? Like Taranto has been in up until last week. The new rules don't suit Nank at all. He was getting bathed, and then like Mansell, I don't know, he's replaceable, I guess. I think not having Lynch was really hurting Richmond though. As much as I think he's washed and stuff, they don't really have much else in terms of tall forwards right now. Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery, I think, like why they've dropped off so hard. It's kind of like the second year Blues. Like a lot of them were first year players last year, and they looked good, probably played ahead of themselves. But yeah, this year back to reality a bit. Chris Cozzy's 59% disposal efficiency and 8 turnovers, plus 18 uncontested possessions. Yep, and that's fair enough. But when you see these stat padding merchants in the back line that get, well, let's have a look. How many contested possessions did Roberts have on the weekend? I think it was like 5 out of 42. It's like it doesn't seem to affect him. All we're asking for is consistency with this. So, yeah, what was being argued before is that there's such a heavy emphasis this year, it seems, with scoring, like on goals and score involvements and stuff. It just seemed like Cozzy was a little bit low. But I also agree with what you're saying. I said it in my video last night that at the end of the day, his score probably seemed fair with the turnovers and stuff. But yeah, it needs to apply more to all players, I think, because there's definitely players that does not apply to. Go check Baz's disposal efficiency after every game and tell me how he gets like 170s. Crikey, I was hoping for 23 primos and 6 trades after buys. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. 15 trades after the buys. Oh, is that a mistake? Should it have said 5? I don't know. Do you think Zach Bailey will go to Adelaide as a restricted free agent, 1.6 million plus per season? I hope so. Oh, we really need midfielders, like bad. He might go to Port because how old is he now? 27, something like that. Could be his last big payday. And yeah, Crom would be closer to a flag right now than Port. I don't think many people would disagree, but he's already won two flags, and he might be content with that and think, I just want to cash in. So he could easily go to Port. But yeah, I think he will leave Brisbane. I don't think they can keep that team under the salary cap if he's going to want more money. But yeah, I hope the Crom get him. I'm actually, as much as I rag on Matty Nicks, there's one thing I will defend him on. A lot of people say, oh, he needs to get better midfielders. Yeah, He does, but they've got to be available. Like, they went after Petrarca this year. They didn't get him. I think I think they had interest in Oliver, and I think they might have even inquired about Steele. It's not like they didn't try and get anyone, but, like, there's not that many. I keep hearing elite midfielders. Well, how many of them come up, as available every year? There's not many. It's not like we're playing Supercoach here. You can't just buy them. So, yeah, it's, especially in this day and age in the AFL when you have list managers and stuff, they they don't work as closely with the coaches as people think, and, yeah, the coach kind of gets given the team at times, and it's like, make the best of it, so there's that too. But you won't hear me defend Knicks too much. Lucas, if I need to boost to get Cherry and get any rookie sub 150K, who would you get? The alternative is Bont, but the Cherry captaincy looks good. What line is that on? Is it just any rookie anywhere? Because it has to be Rechko, right? Like, he's the only one that I really want to get this week. Oh, you already have Rechko. Okay, I just saw that come through. Uh, Probably Arthur Jones then, if you don't have him. I wouldn't have been saying that half an hour ago, but yeah, this is why these are great. People alerted me to that one. Woohoo review. I thought the same as you. Yep. Hoof Hearted. Another cool name. There's some great names in here. Hi, mate. Thoughts on McAndrew and Jagger Smith to Grundy and Rechko? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, for sure. No brainer. Absolutely. Reckon Rankin ranks top 6 forward. That is a good question. I've been thinking about Rankin this week. Um, Unfortunately for Rochelle owners, I think the more of the pie that Rankin takes and the more he ramps up, I think Rochelle's going to drop off. Whether he's top 6 or not from this point, I don't know, but I think he could be close. It's it's one of those things where it's like the Dunkley one and McCluggage and that. I guess McCluggage is a bit different because we're looking for Tog, but at what point do you kind of think, oh yeah, they're back? Like, now's the time. So just looking at Rankin, like, he did look pretty good on the weekend in a shit team. What did he get? So he got 96, but 103 against Carlton, but it was a 69 in between against St Kilda. If he was really back, he surely would have went better than the 69 against St Kilda. But yeah, it's probably better signs, I guess. I wouldn't get him this week, if anyone's thinking of getting him, because traditionally he doesn't score well against Port for some reason. But yeah, then yeah, they got Port, Richmond, North. Then the run gets really hard again. Actually, they've got a bloody hard run all season. That I don't think the Crom are going to make finals, to be honest. So yeah, Rankin could be around the top 6, probably more like in that 8 to 10 bracket, possibly, but not on overall points. It'll just be from this point forward. Hoof Hearted again. I just like saying that name. Whitfield and Ash both seem to have so many loose ball gets, which must boost their scores pretty well. Yeah, I've noticed that Ash can get, well, especially this week, he can get pretty unfairly treated by champion data. Whitfield, not so much. He scores points for fun. But yeah, they're both good to have. I think you can own both, and when they've got something like all the loose ball gets, it's pretty enticing. Thoughts on Murphy Reed? He burns the ball a lot, I think, just off the top of my head. He's an awkward price for what he does. I think he's more of a fantasy pick myself. And if we're not talking about fantasy or Supercoach or anything, oh man, he's probably like, without looking at his draft year, he's probably like the number 1 pick in retrospect. Luis, thoughts on Connor McKenna? Who did he come in for? Will he stay in squad to make some money or probably not? All right, let me look at this one. I'll have a look at who he came in for. But I can already say Brisbane's depth is ridiculous, and I don't think he's got good job security. Let's just bear with me. I'm looking now at the teams. So Barry went out. Answorth went out. Well, Tunstall's a defender, I think. So looks like McKenna came in for Barry. But he played forward, so someone must have pushed up from the forward line. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't like his job security at all. So, actually, one that's really left field that's had me thinking from Brisbane is Charlie Cameron. Now he was going crazy in the preseason, but you'd think like you don't want to go there. But he's been putting up, I think, some pretty good scores. I'm checking it now. Maybe not. So he started with a 94. In the last 2 weeks, he went 118 and 102, but in between that is pretty shit. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I've only been paying attention when he scores the good ones. Just disregard that. Uh, the Horny Man and Rankin, every season something goes wrong with suspension or injury. I agree. Have zero confidence. Either plays out the season without missing games. They burn me every year. Yeah, exactly. Couldn't agree more. I don't know why people are so hot on Horn Francis because I don't see what's really changed with that. And Rankin's already missed games this year. Uh, it only really matters, obviously, what they miss after you bring them in. But um, yeah, they're both pretty prone to whatever. So yeah, I agree. Do you see the flex spot better used as M9 than R3, given majority of teams with poor number one rucks? Using a leaper like Lecalier, McAndrew, Bolter beating Gorn, Grundy, Cherry in the CBA at least. Um, nah, I don't because if you look so far, those top three rucks are outscoring everyone. They're outscoring the midfielders. So an M9, what's an M9 going to be at? Let's have a look. What's the M9 currently averaging? So the M9 on average is Holmes. He's averaging 116. I think Gorn, Grundy, and Cherry and Jackson all outdo 116 pretty easily. Even Tim English when he comes back could probably do it. So yeah, I think yeah, get a ruck in that flex spot if you don't mind the lack of flexibility. Lucas, how many primos is too many on one buy round? I feel four is hard to avoid on 12 and 16. Oh, if you can't avoid it, then you can't avoid it. People put too much stock into the buy rounds because if you don't, like, you don't want to be. We learnt this with the early buys. You don't want to be picking players that you either don't really want or they're inferior just because they miss a game because it's a long season and they'll pick up the slack elsewhere if you truly think they're going to be that much better. Just listening to a lot of the previous winners talk, and so many of them, it seems, didn't put much thought into buys and don't give a shit. It's like you can have one down week, it's fine. You'll make it up later. A lot of them, I'm pretty sure, said the same thing that they made their big moves in the rankings like late on when others had run out of trades and stuff like that. So I wouldn't I wouldn't stress about it. And yeah, like if you can't avoid it, you can't avoid it. It's fine. Thoughts on moving on from Bruin to McAndrew to Cherry and Rechko? Yeah, that seems to be a pretty common kind of question. It depends on your team. I'm not ready to move on from Bruin yet, but McAndrew, yeah, I think so. If you can get Cherry and Rechko, yeah, it's not too bad. Um, I could actually probably do that myself. I didn't even think of that, but I think Bruin's still got a lot to offer on the field. Even if he's not going to make a ton more money, he's just humming along. Whitfield or Ash week after this? Probably Whitfield, just because champion data is a lot more lenient with him than Ash. But they're going to be around the same anyway. You probably want both. Thoughts on getting in McCluggage next week? I talked about this earlier. With McCluggage, you really want to wait and see when his TOG starts to go up again. It's slowly doing it, but you want to wait until it's like up, I don't know, more towards what he normally gets, which I think is somewhere around the low 80%, maybe like 82 off the top of my head. It's probably when he gets up to like 75% game time or something, maybe then start looking at him. He's still going to drop more cash. So yeah, I think we're going to get him heavily discounted regardless. So it's less about his price and more about the TOG, I think. Jonathan, I need mids. Would you go Cozzy over Merritt, knowing he'll be top six forward, and then bring Holmes next week as he has a high break even this week? Um, I would prioritize the way I prioritize it is where is your weakest rookie? Where's the one that you want to get off the field the most? Merritt will probably out average Cozzy, but he also costs a bit more. And yeah, I'm pretty confident Merritt will be around that in that top 10 somewhere. He won't be like top 4, but yeah, it just depends, I think, yeah, where that rookie is that you want to get off the field the most. That's where I'll be going, whether it's in the forward line or the midfield. Geordie Clark is such a roller coaster pick. Oh, don't get me started. This dude was meant to be consistent like he was last year. I think I've owned him like the last 3 years. So I'm an idiot, but this year he's different. Like, what's with one shit score for every 2 good ones? Just really bizarre. And he's suddenly got a ceiling as well, and his role keeps kind of changing. Like, he's playing up the ground and stuff, which is not good for him. I don't like it. I really want off the pick, but I'm stuck on the roller coaster with you, unfortunately, because doesn't fit the strategy to be sidewaysing right now. Mitchell Jackson. I have Grundy, Gorn, and bringing in Cherry. Yeah, nice. Bringing in Finn, the suitcase, Cozzy, and Dunkley in the coming rounds. Yeah, so that's all, I guess, apart from Finn, that's fairly similar to what I'm looking at. I even looked at Dunkley this week, to be honest. As I just said, yeah, the suitcase, you're looking for Tog, I guess. Cozzy's starting to get up there in price. I think he's going to drop. He'll probably start to drop after this week if Jordan does manage to successfully tag him. But I guess, yeah, you're saying there in the coming rounds. So yeah, I'm with you. This all looks pretty good. The only one I'm not huge on is Finn. Need to see a couple of good games in a row, I think. Mitchell, keen after the JJ tag. Glad I'm thinking similar to you, mate. Yeah, exactly. I think we're all thinking it for sure. James Jordan is like just kryptonite for Supercoach. Just pain in the ass. Who not to field this round out of Rechko, Lindsay, Grill, and Farrow? All right, so you can't. No one in their right mind is going to bench Lindsay. So, well, the simple answer to this is, can you run a loophole for these guys? Because that's what I'd be doing. But Lindsay would be the first one you'd want to field. Rechko's look pretty good. Grill. I'm almost inclined to say Farrow, to be honest. The last 2 weeks, he's scored what, like 65s or something. Of course, that's after I bought him in. Yeah, I don't know if you can do, because the rookie roulette is so unforgiving. Just if you can do the loop, do it. But I mean, Lindsay's got Richmond, and we saw what he did last week. Rechko and Grew were playing West Coast, who's equally as shit, I think. So they should be okay. Who's Essendon got? Oh, they got Brisbane, don't they? Oh, see, that's the thing. Farrow could go big too because, as I was saying before, I think it could be damage control this week. Essendon could just completely try and overpossess the ball and keep it out of Brisbane's hands. So then Farrow could go absolutely massive like he did that first week. I don't know. Just run the loophole if you can. That's all I can say. Like, I've gotten lucky a lot of weeks. I mean, this week, like fielding, first off holding Sarong and then fielding him, it was through nothing but just like a gut feel. Like, there's not much you can base it on. Just run the loopholes if you can. I can't stress it enough. Is the winning strategy to keep gambling on the fallen primos? I don't think so. I truly don't. I think having patience and trying to identify who those must-haves are in terms of like the top players and then picking them off. I think that's the way to go. I think we've been treated this year with whether it's because it's five-man bench now, but the rookies have just been so good and consistent in compared to previous years. There's more cash than we were expecting. I think you kind of can afford to pay up and as I said before, let the rookies kind of pick up the slack around them because they're scoring fine. If you're ever going to do it that way, this is the year. And yeah, that gambling on the fallen primos, they're fallen for a reason. I know it's different for some, like McCluggage. We know it's that injury related only, but then there's others like Dunkley that he's fallen off a cliff for no reason at all. Like Callahan, I don't know. What would you rather do? Would you rather take the risk on them or pay up a little bit more and get like a Baz or something? I know what I'm doing. It all depends, obviously, on your personal circumstance too. I realise I've gotten pretty lucky with starting a lot of the right rookies, which again, I stress, it's a lot of luck involved. It wasn't like I researched them heavily or anything. Lucas, what rank are you now? I haven't watched the update vid yet. What am I? Hang on a second. I think I'm like 151 or something. Oh, 101. Yeah, 101. There you go. I don't even know. Yeah, watch the update vid if you like ranting and stuff, because I was pretty pissed off last night. Recorded that video 3 times and it all failed, and I ended up the 4th one worked. As you can tell, if anyone was here at the start of this stream, I'm pretty cursed with technology. This bloody video, this live, the first, I think 3 were all muted for some reason, and I don't know why. I did nothing different, and again, the 4th one worked. Chris, Finn against Gold Coast bounce back game. You heard it here first. I would have disagreed until someone pointed out earlier that Gold Coast mids have been easy to score on this year. So I still don't know if Finn, though, is going to bounce back. He hasn't even been scoring that well against average teams, let alone Gold Coast. Although Gold Coast have dropped off a lot, haven't they? So maybe. They're fallen for a reason. Exactly. Blamires is a tough one to trade out with a break even of 28. Could be leaving some decent quick cash on the table if he plays this week. Yeah, for sure. Wasn't an easy decision last week to trade him out, but I was looking for someone to trade out, and when I saw that he was dropped, I don't think he was rested. I think he was straight up dropped, to be honest. He wasn't playing that great, but yeah, it was a hard one. So you're right, with the break even that low, he'll still make more money. It's fine, but I think even if he goes like straight 70s or whatever, he's not going to be making it real fast. So in my case, it was get rid of him and I think it was, who did I get in? Hang on a second. Who did I get in? Whoever it was, the case was, do I keep Blamires, who's going to be on my bench and keep making slow cash? Or do it was Angry Anderson. Or do I get Angry Anderson in and let him make fast cash? So, But yeah, Blamires was good. Now you're supporting my loophole idea. No. I meant if you can run a loophole, do it. I wasn't necessarily saying trade one in. So if it's only if you've already got one. Charlie Edwards versus Artie Jones versus Liam Reedy trade in. Artie Jones has definitely got the best job security there. I wouldn't be going Reedy. I think he's done. Once Pito's in, he's either out the team or he's going to go back to scoring 20s, and that's no use to anyone. And then Charlie Edwards, I think his job security is pretty bloody shaky. A lot of Crom players to come back very soon. Should be anyway. And yeah, I don't know, he's got some good attributes and stuff, but just a bit off the pace, that's all. I can't see him staying in the team while there's guys coming back, and Cromer in a bit of crisis at the moment. Yeah, like 101, I don't even know. Sure, mate, doesn't cross your mind at all. No, I'm serious. I didn't know. You probably heard me say 151 there by accident. I literally try not to think about it because I've never been in this position. I've never ranked this high at all. And I'm at, I think round 2, I got up to around the 100 mark, and my mind was blown then. But to still be there at round 7, I don't even know how it's happened. There's so much luck involved. But yeah, because I've never been in this position, I don't know how to handle the pressure that I'm not trying to put it on myself, but clearly I wanna try and win, and I feel like I'm probably not gonna get too many more chances in my life to get up this high, so I have to make the most of it, and that's why I try to not think about what rank I am and stuff. So I'm serious. I genuinely, off the top of my head, I didn't know. I thought I was like 150. Um, Thoughts on VC Bont, Captain Naz? Yeah, cool. Alternatives: Butters, Dacos, Grundy. Who's Naz got? Oh yeah, he's got Carlton. Yeah, yeah, I think it's good. If you got Butters, I reckon Butters is a great shout as well. Yep. Dacos, Grundy. I don't know about Grundy. I think Grundy though is probably a better option than Dacos. I think Dacos is going to find it hard against Hawthorn. They're a pretty hard team to score on. Probably the informed team of the comp. Who's your best defender to bring in overall this week and best value pick? Oh, good question. Probably Naz. Best value pick. Is that like on any line or in defense? Uh, I'm not sure. The problem is I haven't been really looking at the value picks so much. I'm trying to go for those real big hitters at the moment while I can. I think Daniels is pretty good value, but yeah, if you want to put up with his injury problems, Captain Track. Oh yeah, he'll do well. I don't know if he'll go high enough though to be like a viable captain. What's the window for who can win this year? 500 points behind the leader or more, or I'm 430 behind currently. So you must be pretty close to me in rank then, because I think I'm like either just under or exactly like 400 points behind number one. Again, I don't actually know. I'm going to have a look. Hang on. Uh, yeah, I'm exactly 400 points behind number one. So, yeah, you must be close, really close to me in rank, I'd say. What's the window for who can win this year? The window. Oh, there's a long way to go. Um, all I'm trying to do right now is keep touch with the leaders and not fall behind. But just listening to a lot of the previous winners, a lot of them said they weren't winning until later on. They weren't. A lot of them, I think, at this point were even like outside the top 1,000. So yeah, they all kind of said the same thing. They made up that ground late by having the extra trades and stuff when people were starting to get forced into stuff because they didn't have the trades. So the window is a big one. We love watching you shit yourself about your rank. It's fear porn. Well, there's no shortage of that. I'll be doing a lot more of that unless my rank starts to shit itself, and then I won't care as much. Cooper Lord tags Naz. I didn't even know Lord was a tagger. That's interesting. It's one thing to tag Naz, but it's like, do you have the capability to actually do it? I think he's getting better with dealing with it. That's for sure. The way St Kilda feed him the ball as well, it's pretty hard to stop. I actually wouldn't bother. Hot take, but I think Naz is either the most overrated or second most overrated player in the AFL. Do not get me wrong, I think he's a great player, but the amount of glazing going on when people are suggesting he might be like the best player in the comp is ridiculous. It's certainly between him or Darcy. People saying that Darcy's like the best key forward in the comp. Like, no, thank you. When the game's running and we're deep in the last quarter, he's only scored 2 goals, and the commentators are saying he's literally unstoppable. Well, then why has he only got 2 goals then? So yeah, both of them are great players, but it's a bit over the top. Bont versus Luke Jackson for captain loop this week. I don't know. Jackson's been pretty consistent on those 120s, but oh, how much are they going to use Mason Cox in the ruck? I don't know. I really don't know on that one, and given that they're playing each other, you'd wanna get it right. I don't really wanna pay 176K for coming next week as a mid only clogging up the bench. Hopefully, there's a cheap option instead. Yeah, I agree. What would he have to score for you to lock him in? I don't know, like a 90 or something? Maybe like 80 something? I hear he's got bad injury history though, so I'm not really that interested in him. Yeah. A lot obviously, you look at the rookies and the majority of their money is made in that first 100K. So if he's already at 176, he's gotta score a lot more. The cheaper the rookie, the better, I say. Especially when we're trying to upgrade, like, having that leftover cash is pretty important. I'd rather take someone that averages, like, 10 points less, but is bargain price, I think. But then one has to appear. Not saying that they're out there. Round 16 buy kills me, so can't bring in Naz. Thinking Roberts or Whitfield. Yeah, don't put too much thought into the buys. Like, don't stress. Just get who you want. But at this point, Roberts is probably the better play than Whitfield, which seems crazy given the pedigree of Whitfield, but that's just the way it is right now. Luke Jackson versus Cherry for flex. I talked about this earlier. I think Cherry because one, he's got the higher ceiling, but also Jackson is a chance to get DPP at some point. So I'd be going Cherry, I think. Yeah, Cherry, surely. That's what Lucas says. I agree. Jack, can you explain a bit more about why you don't think having too many primos in each buy is costly? Interested because so many round 16 targets. Um, well, the main thing is a lot of the previous winners, and I'm talking like the people that won Supercoach came first. Uh, when I've seen them interviewed, they've said that they really didn't give a shit about the buys. They didn't plan for them too much. Yeah, they made up their ground after the buys. And the other thing is, I guess, if you want to do it mathematically, you work out how much you're going to lose. I mean, keep in mind it's best 18 that round too, but you kind of work out how much you expect to lose in points for 1 week compared to what's the difference over the rest of the year, or yeah, the rest of the year, I guess. So it's not an easy answer, but that's it. I think it's mostly it's mostly for me what the previous winners have said. If it worked for them, then who the hell are we to argue? Sheldon, champion data call it EOJ, element of judgment, means that just award points as they see fit. Yeah, exactly. They just make it up as they go. That's why it's so inconsistent. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. And the AFL ranking points or the whatever they do, the player ratings and stuff, they're completely different. They're not the same as Supercoach because last year the second most rated player in it was Darcy. Darcy wasn't even close to being like top 20 players in Supercoach. So yeah, they're clearly not the same. But that is exactly the bullshit I'm talking about. Like there's just too much not known, and they're able to just do whatever the hell they want with that, and we're never going to find out. As much as I don't like the fantasy format, that's one thing that it shits on Supercoach is the completely black and white scoring. Luis, yeah, everyone was so quick to hop onto Naz as the best player. Yeah, he had like 3 amazing months or whatever it was. Got to remember as well, he also had the entire team. They didn't give a shit about trying to win. Really, it looked like their main intent was feed Naz the ball at all costs and get him to sign for next year. Any player is going to look amazing, or at least better than they are, when you've got the whole team giving them the ball. It's died down a bit now because St Kilda are actually playing closer to real football again. Um, so yeah, as I said, don't get me wrong, Naz is really good, but he's not top 5 in the comp. It was just ridiculous. He's not worth 2 million a year either, in my opinion. We've already seen what happens if you can't force feed him the ball, like in those early rounds. He's not much use, is he? Thoughts on getting rid of Jakes? Yeah, I don't mind it. My gut feel is off on Jakes. I'm not really that attached to the pick. Um, I just can't foresee a spike score coming with him, which is what he needs. Otherwise, it's going to be really slow kind of money from here. Who is your top 10 players in the comp? Bont, Heaney, Dacos, Butters, Cozzy, Jezza, Andrews, Gorn, Dogger, Petrarca. Okay, this is where it gets really hard because it's hard to compare players because so many different positions. Like if we're going Ruckman, you got in real terms, you got Gorn and Grundy are so far ahead of the rest. So that's got to be two of the top 10, I think. Bont, obviously, Heaney, yep. Dacos, Butters. Okay, so four. That's what I need. Four more. I don't think Jez is the best forward anymore. But then who is? I'm not sure either. I don't know. I think Thilthorpe would be close when he's not injured. Like at the moment, that's why he's not performing. He's got a dodgy back. But we saw last year he's pretty bloody. I wouldn't say unstoppable, but he's hard to stop when he's fit and firing. Like one on one, good luck. I like your Andrews call there. Defenders don't get enough love, that's for sure. But yeah, I don't know. It's too hard because how do you compare a small forward with a tall defender or something like that? So I think you're on the right track there, though. Most of those I'd agree with. Lachlan, should I trade Rochelle to track? Yes. A fake primo to an actual primo? Yep. Also, what's your thoughts on Dawson at that price? Well, all right, what is Dawson's price? Because I'm not really too interested in anything to do with the Crom right now in terms of Supercoach. So he's 548, break even at 109. Should do all right in the showdown, but who knows? All right, he's actually scoring better than I thought. 91, 103, 101, 80, 138. Why didn't he play in round 3? I don't remember that. Anyway. Yeah. I don't think he's going to be top 8. That's the problem. Not from this point either. At 550k, if he was cheaper, I'd probably be more interested. But look, here's my hot take on Dawson. Okay, and this is as a Crom supporter, I don't even think midfield's his best position. I think he's a half-back flank. His intercepting is incredible. His kicking is so good when he's out in space, but he's wasted as an inside mid, and it's purely because the Crom they don't have what's needed in the midfield. So of course he needs to go in there. So what that does for Supercoach is he's not scoring as well as he could because he's being played out of position. People wonder why his disposal efficiency dropped off a cliff. It's because he's playing an inside mid. Every time he kicks, he's under pressure. He's wasted. So yeah, I'm not really too interested. He's a bit up and down these days. Although I can see him, if you watched on the weekend against Brisbane, he does drop himself behind the ball a lot when Crom aren't doing well at all. And they're not doing well. So I don't know, maybe if they're going to have a down year, maybe he could be a good pick from here if he keeps dropping himself behind the ball like he did. So, I mean, I don't know. I'd want him cheaper than 550 though. I'll say that. Round 16 bye, also less of a stress. With all the injuries, I'd say it's almost a 40 to 50% one of you primos is injured, or one of your primos is injured before then. Well, it's almost, of course, one of them is probably going to get injured. It's just probability, really, especially when you look at how many have been injured this year so far. So yeah, I mean the later buys don't matter as much because you can kind of trade your way around them more because you just get the guys that were already had their buy. So yeah, don't stress about the buys too much, anyone. Michael, I've stopped listening to Supercoach content online except for Mark Selby. Oh, is that Moreira's magic? I've also been talking to a friend of mine and made a watch list and went through every player. This is my best year so far. Wow, that's dedication. Got through every player. Jeepers. Yeah, nah, if you're talking about Selby, like Moreira's Magic, the guy that won fantasy twice. He's obviously pretty bloody good. He knows his shit. Like he's proven it. He's probably like the best fantasy footy mind that there is. It's hard enough to win it once, let alone twice. I believe he also had like a top 10 finish or something in his first year as Supercoach. So yeah, I don't know. He's just next level, that guy. So he's worth listening to for sure. I listen to him a bit as well. But yeah, that list, every player, bloody hell. Yeah, sometimes it's good to, and it's ironic that I'm going to say this because you're on watching my video, but sometimes it's good to not listen to too much outside noise, like with Supercoach content and stuff. Feel like, and again, it's ironic me saying this, but on YouTube especially, it's quite saturated now with Supercoach YouTube channels. I found it pretty hard to get any kind of traction with it in my first couple of years because it is so saturated. It's hard to break through. I was really lucky that I don't know Dr. took a liking to my stuff and kind of made it his mission to try and get me out there. But yeah, it's definitely saturated for sure. So yeah, it's not a bad thing that you stop listening to stuff mostly. Tracy, yeah, Tracy's good. He reminds me of the Stillthorpe pick from last year. And yeah, Fremantle are going to be a top team, so he's going to get a lot. But I don't think he's too viable when we've got all these other forward options, and you know what it's like with key forwards. They're quite unpredictable. I don't even know how to say that username. I'm just going to call you R6. Thoughts on Blamires? Jake's out for Cherry Rechko. Yeah, perfect. Do it. You must have a lot of money left over to be able to do that from last week. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going down the Cherry and Rechko road. So, yep, and I want to do it myself with a couple little add-ons. But yeah, definitely. Georgiades low-key best forward. He's one of the best. He's especially to be playing in a bottom team and still what did he score like a ton of goals last year. Yeah, Georgiades is good. It's going to hurt when he leaves, and I hear he's going back to WA. But I don't know. Maybe it's what Port needs. They need some draft picks. The only way they're going to get them now with the compromised drafts and that is if guys like Georgiades and Butters leave. So really rough on them, but in the long term, it's their only chance, I guess. Oh, that one's not for me. Michael Cozzy Pickett is my favourite player this season to watch. Yeah, he's great to watch. He reminds me a little bit of think back to like 2017 era Charlie Cameron, how he used to push up into the midfield. Just so quick and yeah, unpredictable. You don't know what the hell they're going to do. It's so good to watch. Lucas Dawson being a rough player to start for me. Yeah, I had him last year. He's quite a rough own at the best of times. Like sometimes you honestly think if he put it all together for a season, he could easily go a 120 average, 130 even. I'm not even kidding, 130, 125, whatever. But then he'll just drop like all these random 70s and stuff. And it's not even down to tagging or anything. Sometimes he just butchers it or I don't know, just goes missing. It's a bit of a weird one. As I said, he's being played out of position. Picked up Sardis last week, holding back now, not sure why. Started Dersma, thought he goes similar to him, but doesn't look like it at the moment. Yeah, I thought Sardis was a trap. We saw last year, like he looked good, and then I think I had him, and then Brad Scott did his thing, and well, it's kind of happened again, hasn't it? Essendon are so unpredictable. They're one of those teams that obviously things aren't going well for them in the nicest way possible. I think the coach is kind of like throwing shit everywhere and seeing what sticks. So you can't really count on anything. Even like the Roberts one looks really good, but who knows? Like even that could go belly up. But yeah, I'm just not going for any of those as DR calls them, those sugar hit kind of picks. The Sardis, there was what's his name, Lukosius, those kind where it's a quick hit. not interested. I'm just going. I think yeah, this is a year where you go the big boys, the keepers and rookies. But as well, it depends on your rank. Like if you've got to try and get a leg up, you got to take risks. Jezza kicked 88 goals, 43 behinds last season. Already has 20 coming off injuries during the preseason. Cheezels will get there one day, nowhere near yet. Who is Cheezels? Yeah, Jezza's a freak, but who is Cheezels? Cheezels? Obviously not Sheezel. Yeah, okay. Someone let me know who Cheezels is. Guys like Andrews and Gorn, mate, coaches change their game plan to kick around these guys. Players like Heaney and Cozzy and Jezza win games off their own boot, not rack up 50 touches versus Richmond. Yeah, that's pissing me off how teams are kicking it around Gorn. Andrews is amazing. You only got to watch the grand finals to know that one. They're all equally as important, I think. 50 touches versus Richmond, yeah, it's fair point. Who gives a shit? Most people could do that. Tracy top 10 in the comp, I meant. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I think it's between him and Thilthorpe right now for the best contested mark. Like both of them have just got sticky hands. Just keep in mind, like Tracy's probably been better this year, but keep in mind that Thilthorpe is playing injured. Like if you had to see him in the preseason before that happened, he was an absolute beast. Noah, Cherry in or get in a Naz or Horn Francis this week and wait for X to come down. I think Naz or Cherry. I'm not really interested in Horn Francis, but if you're going to go for him, probably go this week because he'll get his break even. Wait for Cherry to come down. You could be waiting a while. I don't know what's going to happen. He's got Geelong this week. He could go psycho. And like we saw before, okay, this is a good example with Cherry. If you look at what happened before when he had the game where he scored shit and got rubbed out, what did he get in that one? A 68. So he scored a 68 and then after that, his break even wasn't even that low. So he come back and scored a 150 on GWS because that's just the kind of player he is. He can hit that consistently. And he didn't even lose any money. So he's now got obviously the higher break even, the 198. But like he could wait, is it 198? Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. 192. I'm not even joking. He could actually hit that. And if he goes close, he's not going to lose much money. So yeah, I think even when he gets the point I'm trying to make, even when he got like that 68 game, it didn't kill his scoring because the next week he'll just go absolutely bunter anyway. So I wouldn't wait. Sorry, I'm lost now. Yeah, I'm with Luis Cherry for sure. Lucas, thanks Wiz for the stream off to bed. Oh, cheers for watching and joining in. Like love it. I absolutely love conversing with you guys on here. It gets me thinking. I'm sure it gets you guys thinking as well. But yeah, it's the best bit for sure. It's why I started a channel. So yeah, cheers for that. Noah. Cheers, Louise. We love your work in the stock market. Oh yeah, thanks. Like I can't believe I've been on 2 stockies now. Like we all know DR's like the GOAT in Supercoach world. First of all, it was like everyone here knows I'm pretty self-deprecating, but first of all, for DR to take an interest in my stuff was incredible. I ended up telling him, we we're talking after the stock market, and I said to him, it's actually surreal for me that to be doing videos with him because, like, to me, he's no different to someone that's on TV. In this day and age, YouTube's like our version of free to air, what we had when I was a kid. But like, I used to play in bands and stuff, and I said to him, it's no shit. It's like finding out that Paul McCartney listens to your CD or something. Like, just yeah, incredible. And then yeah, to get me on the stock markets kind of blows my mind because I've been listening to those religiously for years. Every time I hear that intro come in, it's um, yeah, I know I'm in for a good time. So yeah, to be on it, always going to try and put in my best work for sure. I'm not kidding. It's quite the honor to be on there. Lachlan, who are your top targets this week? Cherry, despite the break even, as I just went through. Naz, Clary, I think. Like, I'm not necessarily going to go there, but for those that are, I think he's a pretty good buy. And then the other one, uh, maybe Whitfield, and then probably Petrarca, I reckon. I'll know more later in the week. I haven't had time to have a good look at it yet. Cherry versus Grundy from now. Oh, that's a good question. I haven't looked at their fixtures. I don't know. I already own Grundy, so I haven't looked there. But again, I said this to someone earlier. Go back and I can't stress this enough. Go back and watch the ruck matchups video I did in this preseason. Right, it's a few months old now, but it goes through all of the ruck matchups, like ruck v ruck, so not team versus team or ruck versus team. It's there was some pretty eye-opening stuff in there. So the thing I found, and this is why I was so big on going the big rucks this year, Grundy and Gorn, they just go good on everyone except for maybe historically Wits, but that Grundy and Gorn have destroyed Wits this year, so I don't know. Cherry and Grundy, they're both good, probably both go well. Oh, Cheezels is Sheezel. Yeah, so you're obviously a Abs Magic follower or watch him. I was just confused. I thought you were talking about the best forwards. I wonder why Sheezel will be mentioned. Yeah, top 10 in the game. Top 10 players. I don't know if Sheezel's top 10 yet, but he will be. I think if he was playing for Collingwood and Dacos was playing for North, they'd be pretty much on level terms in terms of how people rate them. I think Sardis will still get to 350. Yeah, that's all right. What was he? What was he? He was like 220 or something, wasn't he? When you got him in, when people got him in, like last week, 272. So he's made like 50K then. Yeah. Well, if he gets to 350, like that's good. Job done. Just might take a little bit longer than people might have been expecting now that he's got that average, the 60, whatever he got this week. Shano, confident for the showdown. Oh, here we go, Port supporter. Hopefully it's a good game. Yeah, it's always a good game. I was saying before, like, it doesn't matter about ladder position and stuff. It's always a 50-50 game. Most years they'll win one each. I'm not confident at all. I think, yeah, totally 50-50 game. Probably just back in the crom, I guess. But yeah, Christ, who knows? You guys are in good form. It's a bit scary. Supercoach question. Do you think Edwards holds his spot for Crows for a couple more weeks? No, I don't. I think we got players coming back, and I think that they need wins now. And I think Nix knows that it's getting pretty dire. We could miss finals if this shit continues. So Edwards looks a little bit off the pace, not quite ready. Yeah, we need midfielders in right now that can do well, like straight off the bat. And I think like Neil Bullen might be back in that. So yeah, he's probably gone. You have a good take on stuff, mate. Oh, thanks. People are obviously noticing. Keep taking it in your stride. Yeah, I don't take it too seriously at all. I just like hanging out and talking with you guys, to be honest, and having a good rant and that. You should know that if you watch my videos. But yeah, I'm full self-deprecating. I don't know how the hell my rank is where it is right now. As I said, it's just a lot of luck, I think. Yeah, there's nothing I've done that's caused a lot of other people's teams to just be rocked with injuries and stuff. I'm just lucky that mine hasn't. I've nothing to do with me. Thoughts on Bill Myers to Rechko, Jakes to Edwards, and then boosting Jagged and Naz. So Bill Myers to Rechko is fine, but I don't think, as I just said, I don't think Edwards is going to hold his spot. I think from what people were saying before, Artie Jones is the one you want to get. He's probably the only other viable rookie this week. Maybe see if Edwards holds his spot, If he does, then they're probably just gonna back him in for a while because, I mean, Crows, they do need new midfielders pretty badly. So, yeah, see if he holds his spot. If he does, then maybe he will be good for a while, and I don't know what I'm talking about. But, yeah, Jagged and Naz, that's a good one. Cheese was a forward in a Supercoach. Oh, yeah, yeah. I know he is, but I thought we were talking about, like, top 10 in real life. I'm a bit tired. I'm not yeah. Started work early this morning. Um, Dale. Yeah, Dale's fine. I think if you're strapped for cash, he's fine, but I don't think he'll be top 6 or top 8 from here. What's his name? You got, like, the whole alphabet in there. Thoughts on getting in McCluggage next week? What would he have to score to be an option? I talked about this earlier. It's not the score that I'm looking for. I am definitely interested in him. It's the TOG. I wanna see the TOG go up back to where it normally was or close to it. And yeah, not interested until that happens. Shano, okay, scrap Edwards out of my boost plans then. I'll look elsewhere. Edwards not an option. No, he could be. He actually could be if he holds his spot, but just wait till Thursday or whenever they name the teams. Yeah, it's Thursday, isn't it? Magnus Sherlock. You like John Newcomb? Yeah, he's a good player. I haven't put much thought into him in a Supercoach sense yet. I know he's been doing quite well, and the Hawks are on a roll, but I don't know. I can't trust him. It's always seemed like every time he starts to look like a pick, he'll shit the bed. So I don't know. He is good though. Like, he could be a good pod. Let me have a look. What's he been doing? This has got me interested now. 540K, 63 break even. That's nice. What's he been scoring? Oh wow. Yeah, okay. I do like that. And I don't think there's too many relevant Hawthorn players, so he could be a good one. If you wanna, it could be helpful with the buys or something. Yeah, right. Who have they got coming up? Collingwood, so he should do well there. Fremantle, Melbourne, Crom, Saints. Oh shit, it's a pretty good run as well. Oh, you got me thinking like that. All right, what's Oliver priced at? Same price, really. Higher break even. Yeah, right. Yeah, you got me thinking on that one. That's a good call on Newcomb. I do like him as a pick. Like, it's hard to argue. He's put in, well, 5 of those 7 weeks have been good scores. So yeah, at that price, he could be good. That's one of those kind of picks that could probably help people get along because, um, yeah, he's cheap for what he's been doing. Pretty similar to the Oliver pick, really. What are your thoughts on Cook scoring the next few weeks? Needs to be cashed in the next few weeks for the round 12 bye. He can do a great blind turn, which unlike many modern footballers. Yeah, he's super talented. It's only really come out this year when they were playing him up forward. I never really took notice of it at all because I guess again, there's another one that was like played out of position. But yeah, up the ground, great kick, and as you said, he's got that blind turn. I think you can hold him through to the bye. I think I said that last night. He's got pretty decent run up to that point. You think he'll do well in the showdown? I mean, if he did well against Brisbane, he can do well against any of these other teams. Port, Richmond, North, Hawthorn. I think he holds till the buys. I don't think he'll make like a ton more money, but yeah, he'll be fine. He's been a good surprise packet this year. Shano just really want Naz. He is getting points so easily, and it's frustrating not having him. Why don't you just do what every other Port supporter does and just steal him then? No, I'm kidding. Sorry, I can't turn off the showdown rivalry. Um, yeah, he's got that great run at the moment. So, I mean, yeah, just if you want him, get him. Like, follow your gut, man. That's all I can say. That's really what's got me to this point, so I can't stress it enough. I always say it. And if you do get it wrong, it's a lot easier to deal with than having that thought that, "Oh, someone convinced me of it." Like, I used to get swayed all the time by people, and it made the game pretty shitty. I don't know, we have pretty similar teams, and a couple of decisions have us about 500 points apart. Yeah, right. 500 points isn't that much this time of year, though. Round 14 bye, which works well with your team. Oh, man, you're really selling me on it here. I need to hire you as, like, an assistant or something, seriously. I hope you keep tuning into these live streams or whatever, because yeah, I like where this is going. Sorry, I gotta find where I was in the chat now. Do you see any other defenders being influenced by team waxing like Essendon that you like besides Roberts? Oh, that's a good question. Um, Not off the top of my head. Maybe West Coast. We'll probably see it a bit. Um, it's mostly bottom teams that do it, and for some reason, the Crom they like to just like move it slow and possess the ball down back for some weird reason. Yeah, probably West Coast. So like guys like Lindsay, I reckon we'll see that. He'll start scoring better. Don't expect 130s every week, but yeah, he'll be going up. Not so much the top defenders though. I think. Oh, here we go. Newcomb again. He got tagged heavily against Geelong. Yeah, so is everyone. And the bad score was when GWS thrashed Hawks. Yeah, that was the weirdest game ever. How the hell did the Giants thrash the Hawks? I don't understand it. Yeah. Oh, great. So that's another good point for getting Newcomb. Oh, what are you doing to me? I thought I was like sold on trying to get Cherry, but we'll see. I'll add him to the watch list, that's for sure. Might not be now, but could end up getting him. Because the game is like 3,300 points as well in each match. There probably is something to be said for trying to spread your players across multiple teams, like as many teams as you can. So that you're not, if you have too many on one team, they're gonna struggle with the scaling. Like they can't all get it, can they? Nightfall, Lombard, Jakes, Jagger to Rechko, Jones. Who's Jones? And Lockie Neal, thoughts. Which Jones is that? So Jagger to Rechka, or no, to be Jagger to Neal, so that's fine. Just beware with Neal, he'll probably get managed at some point. Sorry, yeah, I don't know. Which Jones do you mean? Supercoach God. Oh, how you going? I haven't seen you in a while. 11 subs to get 1K, get Wiz to 1K. Oh, wow. So again, I genuinely didn't know that I was 11 off of there. I thought it was about 30 or something. But yeah, I'm not actually that worried about subs at all. Like I never did it for that reason at all. So yeah. DR's been pretty obsessed with it though, which is pretty funny. He's way more into it than I am. But yeah, like again, and having nearly 1,000 subs now, just thanks to everyone that's in here and everyone that's subbed, because yeah, the support's been amazing. Shano, when we when we bail on McAndrew, is going to be a key decision. Yeah, I think it's probably going to be any time in the next 3 weeks. Now, I mean, people were I think they're holding out for the Richmond game, but I'm not even confident he plays that one, which is I'm not going to go through that one again, but yeah, long story short, I think he'll get rested. So it's a bit of a gamble. I'm not willing to gamble on that to hold him till Richmond. Probably gone this week. But yeah, you're right. It's a key decision because everyone has him. Max, got to go, mate. Love the live. Please go live more. Yeah, cheers for joining in. Loved having you here. Big contributor. Some good takes there as well. So yeah, I'll try and go live more. I promise. I absolutely will. This is this live has had so many more people in it than the first two. So yeah, it's definitely good incentive to do it again. As I've said, it's a matter of time for me. Um, yeah, damn local footy season makes it really hard. Mitchell, is Kieran Strawn a Supercoach legend inadvertently because of his decision to stay inactive last year, allowing Adelaide to get McAndrew? I say yes. Yes, I agree. I was talking with my Nuffy football mate the other night about this. Kieran Strawn, which he was already a fan of Strawn even before that. Yeah, he's not only a Supercoach legend, he should be in the Crom Hall of Fame now for that one because McAndrew's been an absolute revelation. I don't know how Sydney let him walk. Like I know they've got Grundy in that, but Jesus, he's actually such a good tap ruckman. I know he doesn't do much around the field, but he's exactly what the Crom needed. Supercoach God, thoughts on McKercher, Bruin, Jagger to Naz, Horny Man, Rechko. Man, what are you asking me for? You're the one with 2,000 subs. You definitely got your shit together. I should be asking you. Um, yeah, I like the McKercher out. I'm on that. Jagger out. I already got rid of him. So Jagger to Rechko. Yep, big tick. McKercher and Naz cannot argue with that. But go on Bruin to Horny Man. If that's the case, if it is Bruin to Horny Man, I'm not about that one. I think Bruin will score. It could even outscore the Horny Man from here. So yeah, not sold on that one. I mean, there's definitely more chance as well that Horn Francis gets injured than Bruin. But yeah, I don't know what would I know. Seriously, you're the one to ask. You were right on the. I still won't forget. You were the one that was right on the Ned Long pick. So yeah, Shano, he will be at Port soon, mate, and you know it. Who's that? Naz. Yeah, he probably will be. And to be honest, I don't mind if you get him because I think for what you're going to pay, you're not going to win a flag with him in the team. Like what every team's going to be overpaying to get him, and it's not worth it. But if you get him and we get Bailey, we'll call it even. If Adelaide is Bailey's choice and Brisbane matches a bid, what would you be happy to trade for the man? I don't know. Brisbane don't really need anything, do they? So I'd got no idea what they'd even ask for. But knowing what happened, there's a bit of bad blood there with the Archie deal or non-deal because they ended up marching him to the draft. I think Brisbane would just straight up not want him to go at all. And they'd probably want Thilthorpe or something, which is not going to happen. So, yeah, I don't know. They may need the cap space though, I reckon, because the Ashcroft brothers are going to get paid a lot in coming years, and yeah, something's got to give there. I mean, they just got Allen and what's his name, Draper. None of them are cheap. I know Draper was on a lot of money at Essendon. He's definitely not gone to Brisbane for less. So, yeah, wait and see on that one. I got no idea. Bought in Mac Andrew as a bit of a pod, and I saw him in the ruck a couple of weeks ago. He pumped out a 138 last week. Hopefully, he can keep going. Oh wow, that's a ballsy pod. No doubt he's got a ceiling, but man, he's also got a really low floor as well. So, as I said before, I respect anyone that's got the massive balls to go down that road. Are you expecting non-captain scores from Bromax going head to head on Sunday at the SCG? Oh, Bromax. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I always called it Gaundy, but yeah, I am. They normally kind of cancel each other out. You won't get like huge scores. They have done it before where one's obliterated the other one. I think it was it last year or the year before? Like they played each other twice and one destroyed the other in one game, and then it was the other way around in the other. It was like a revenge game. But yeah, most of the time you normally get like a flat 100 or something out of him. So yeah, I'm not expecting captain scores, which is hard because I've relied on those two a lot for shitty matchups in the ruck for not shitty for them, but shitty for other teams for captaincy scores. Rookie coach. Oh, how you going? Big shout out to rookie coach. If you're not sub to him, definitely get around him. Bit of a night creature. Love it. Definitely something unique. I said before about how the YouTube Supercoach area is kind of saturated. If you want something different, I think rookie coach really stands out. So yeah, go sub to him. If you think I've a few people said I got like a dry sense of humor. If you think I do, well, yeah, he does too. It's a good match. Yo, almost 1K. Let's go. Yeah, man. And shout out to you for your support. You've definitely been a big reason why I've almost got to the 1K. So cannot thank you enough. Shano, reckon that Cat Rochelle may actually fire this week. Allergic to a hard ball, but I own him in Supercoach against my better judgment. So a nice 90 to 100 be nice, but a port win. I agree with all that. He's look, players have strengths and weaknesses. He's obviously super talented, and he's not. It's always been a knock on him. He's not the hardest guy at the ball, but I think in football we at any level we tend to focus more on weaknesses than strengths in players. So sometimes there's players like Rochelle. His good outweighs the bad. So you don't have to be an all rounder like Bont or whatever. Uh, yeah, I mean, I hope he goes 90 to 100 as well for Supercoach reasons because I don't own him. Actually, even a 70 or something would be nice, but Crom win. So, or maybe if we lose, Nix will get the sack. So maybe I do hope Port wins. Nightfall, Arthur Jones. Yes, he is an option. Michael Rubenstein. Coleman, Bruin, McAndrew, Grundy, Bailey, Rechko. Thoughts on these trades? After getting Grundy, I have about 510k. I'm not getting Cherry because Grundy set my buy structure more. I like your content. Oh, cheers. I'm glad you like the content. I've seen you commenting a bit on the videos. I've gone back and forth. It can be hard to remember like who comments and stuff. But yeah, I definitely have seen your comments and been going back and forth. Yep, Coleman out. That's good. McAndrew. Yep. Yeah, I like it. Grundy, Bailey, Rechko. Yeah, it makes sense for sure. Yep, I like those trades. If that's what you want to do and your gut says yes, go for it. Because it's not bias. Anyone under 500k worth getting. A lot of people say the horny man. I think he's at like 480. Not really. It depends on what price bracket you're really talking about. Like there's Daniels at 300. If you're going around that kind of price area, then yeah, him. But if you're talking about just like 450 to 500, then there's no one I'm really keen on, I would say. I could have a better look at it all. I haven't had too much time yet. That's actually part of the reason why I was doing this video tonight. The live was rather than just me sit there and read through it, it was like having you guys tell me about it is a lot more fun. Coleman, Blamires, McAndrew out. This is becoming a pretty common theme. Everyone's kind of going the same players out. Rechko, Dogger in flex, and Roberts Klug next week. Thoughts? So Coleman out's a good one. McAndrew. Yeah, it looks fine. And Klug next week. I wouldn't plan on it. He may be a bit longer. It also may be next week. I don't know. See what he does this game. But yeah, the rest of it's fine. It's good that you're planning ahead. Ethan, Bruin went forward quarter 4. Oh, shit. That's not good. I didn't know that. I'm just going to have a look at something just really quickly. Um, what did he score in the last quarter? Is that why he kinda dropped? I was checking, I didn't see the game, but I was checking the scores on my phone, and I noticed he got to 92 and just kinda stopped. Is that why? I only got 17 in the last quarter. I hope that's not gonna be a thing, like, an ongoing thing. The thing that gives me hope, though, is that if you check the CBAs, Bruin lost his CBAs for Mullen last week, and then this week it was Mullen again. They're still like the same CBAs as previously. The only difference was Bruin out, Mullen in. So when Mullen's tagging, it's Bruin that loses his spot. Now, are Geelong going to tag with Mullen every week? Probably not. So that means Bruin should get back in there. Shano, rookie coach, is a legend. Love his vids. Yeah, he is totally. He reminds me of Seth Green. Love it. All you 90s kids will know that one. Brisbane got big name free agents for nothing. Allen and Draper. Another top AFL decision to equalise the competition. Star players leaving crap teams for less money to go and win. Oh, yeah, for sure. The AFL equalisation thing has just been eroded year after year. Yeah, how the bloody premiership team can go and get the captain of another club and another team's first ruck is just insane. And on top of that, didn't they get a whole bunch of top draft picks and shit as well because the academy? Not like as bad as the Suns, but yeah, it's the equalisation thing's just so stupid now. They need to just pretty much any rules they've made in the last 20 years, just piss them off and let's go back to all the rules of the early 2000s because it was so much better. Yeah, old man yells at cloud and all that shit, but I don't care. I was there to experience it, and the game was so much better back then. Shano, and yours are awesome too, even for a Crows man. Really enjoy your content. Yes, even for a Crows man. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, cheers. Love the banter with the Port fans. You love to hate them. Don't take that personally. Lachlan, I'm on the fence with keeping Rochelle and upgrading around him or just getting rid of him before it gets too late. Yeah, get rid of him. If you want to get rid of him, just do it. He's going to have some good scores, but I think Rankin's going to kill him off. I've been saying it all year. I warned people not to get him because as Rankin gets better, Rochelle will drop off. It's actually not for the reason I thought. Like on the weekend, I don't think either of them were in the middle that much. And normally they like one forward, one in the middle. But yeah, Nix has just lost the plot now. And for whatever reason, they're still eating into each other's scores. But yeah, it seems like the better Rankin gets, the more Rochelle score goes down. And I don't exactly know why yet, but I was right, but for the wrong reasons, I guess. So yeah, trade him if you can, because Rankin's only getting better. What are your plans for trades in the coming weeks if there are no viable bottom-based rookies? That's a great question. I don't know. I guess I just wouldn't trade. Probably. It could even be a blessing in disguise. It would, you know, it would force me into being patient, I guess. These rookies have been really reliable. You could probably hold on to them for a bit longer. I don't think they're going to shit the bed and lose a ton of money. But yeah, I wouldn't be interested in going down to some player that I don't want or that has shitty job security or something just for the sake of it. That's the best way to get yourself in deep shit, like post buy or late in the season, and then you'll be forced to bring in bloody players like Shy Bolton last year, like I did, and have nightmares over it. Yeah, just on that, I think the best thing to do is be patient. Just think, right? You miss 1 week of upgrades. What's the difference between a week in, say, round 8 or 9 compared to round 18? Nothing. It's still 1 week. Who gives a shit? You make up the points later. And the other people that traded in like a non-pick, well, you just get them later. Woohoo review. Why the fuck are Butters and Dogger and Bont all playing different teams at the same time on a Friday night? Hang on, what? Oh, so this is another piece of shit that the AFL has come up with. The fact that having an interstate game on a Friday night, you also have to pair it with a Victorian game is just ridiculous. Who the hell's going to watch, apart from doggies and Fremantle supporters, who's going to watch that game when the showdown's on? You got Damien Barrett, who I reckon is an absolute knob. You got him saying that the showdown should be at the MCG, which is probably the worst take I've ever heard in my life because everyone loves it so much. If they all love it so much, why the hell are they putting a game on at the same time? At least it's silver lining. At least they're staggered games. I'll give it that. Um, yeah, that is annoying for Supercoach purposes. Yeah, that I didn't realize that. So when I said before VC Bont into Butters, I can't do that. All right, that's really pissed me off now. AFL House needs a massive clean out. Start with what's his name? Bob Dylan, I don't know. Him, that dickhead, and Laura Kane. They can go first. Yeah. Don't get me started. All right. Do you think Foz goes to Baz or Holmes this week? Missed the Port versus Cats game. So I didn't see what position Holmes played last game. I didn't either. I didn't see the game. Yeah, I reckon Foss will go to Holmes. I don't think it doesn't look like teams bother tagging Baz, and the only reason I think is because he burns the ball. Who gives a shit? Plus, he's pretty hard to stop anyway. Let's face it. I don't know. Someone else going to have to answer that question. Where did Holmes play last week? Shano, no interest in dunks. No, I fully have interest in dunks for sure. I just want to see more than one good week out of him because he's now so discounted that with his break even, he's not going to get away from us. So, well, yeah, I'm absolutely interested in dunks. It's just a matter of when. So 462k, 89 break even. I'm just going to check because I think he's got Essendon, so you think he'll go big, right? But just off the top of my head, I don't think he's one for easy kills. And I look at last year, what he scored. So West Coast, they were shit. He got 117. Richmond was shit, 114. St Kilda were pretty shit, 100. Essendon, he went 72 on Essendon last year. Now, he's a defensive midfielder. At least he's more defensive. That's why I think he doesn't do so well on the easy kills because there's not as much to defend. You think you got like Neil and Ashcroft and that, and McCluggage just walking out the centre. There's not too much for him to do, really. So I don't think he's going to go and destroy Essendon. And with an 89 break even or whatever it was, he's not going to get away from us. If he goes nuts, then yeah, just bring him in next week. Still get him like sub 500k. Rookie coach, gee, what a compliment, Seth Green. Yeah, you 100%. You have to be a 90s kid as well. Yep. If you're taking that as a compliment, for sure, you're a 90s kid. And I mean it with all the love in the world. It's definitely a compliment. You remind me of him so much. Woohoo review. You've been telling everyone not to buy mid prices, and people keep asking for mid price options. Maybe you need an intermission every 5 minutes, blasting guns and rookies. Yeah, I don't know, maybe, but here's the thing: like, just because I've gone guns and rookies up to this point, and yeah, it's worked pretty well for the first 7 weeks. Who's to say from here it's going to keep working? I don't know. And if everyone goes guns and rookies, how the hell are they going to catch up when just going by the weight of numbers, most people are ranked behind me. So yeah, I guess they can't catch me at least playing the same way. So I don't know. I'm not suddenly going to start advocating for heaps of mid prices and shit. Darren, Supercoach shows us how weird the AFL coaches are with their odd moves. They all give me a bloody headache. Yeah, that's true, but I guess I'll defend him here, being a coach myself, and obviously not bloody AFL, but just like amateur level. sometimes you got to do weird shit. You kind of don't have a choice. And in the AFL as well, you got to remember they're not worried about Supercoach. Like, or at least I bloody hope not. But yeah, sometimes you just do odd moves because you kind of got no choice. Like you have your plan A, which you hope works and stuff. But if it's not, and then plan B's not working, I don't know. Malcolm Blight was like the king of this. Sometimes you just got to do the weirdest shit and hope that it comes off. Like you got to risk losing the game by more to win it. I think so. Yeah, I can see why they do it. Then there's absolute head scratches at times. But they're AFL coaches and we're not, so there's got to be a reason for that. Shano game was better back then. Oh, 100%. 100% it was. The game peaked in like the late 90s, early 2000s, I think. And again, old man yells at cloud, whatever. But for the kids that will probably disagree, you weren't there, you didn't see it. I mean, you can go back and watch video, I guess, but you weren't there to experience it. Like what we've got now is just a shell of what the game was. Are Parker and Roberts really going to be top defenders? I think Roberts will be. The Parker thing could change at any second because of Clarko. But at this rate, yeah, they're both going to be. I quite rate having Parker down there. It's working for North. They've improved heaps. I'm not saying that's the reason why, but just having that like older, cool head down there. Parker was a great player in his prime. Was seriously good. Nearly won a Brownlow and stuff, and it can only be good having him down there. Especially as he's getting older now. You want to protect his body and all that. So I rate it. I think Clarko would be nuts to take him out of there now, but Clarko is nuts. So, maybe that's what it takes to be a 4-time premiership coach. Shane Holmes was at halfback versus Port mainly. Yeah, nice. Where am I up to? Wow, still comments are coming in thick. That's crazy. Did not expect this. And I can't believe there's still like 30 of yous on here. Darren, thanks. I'll hold on. Hold on, Clug, till his tog gets better. What's an acceptable together? I think you mean tog. Damn auto spell. Acceptable tog for him. So I said before, I think his normal tog somewhere around like off the top of my head, I reckon like 82%, something like that. Most of the midfielders are like 80 to 85. So when we see it probably get to like high 70s, it's probably when I'll jump on, I reckon. But right now it's not great. Mid-season draft is a thing, but I'm seeing the rooks we have gradually maturing by then. I forgot about that. That's a good point, the mid-season draft. We should get like one or two in some of the bottom teams, you'd think, that'll come straight in. You get some really bloody good players in the mid-season draft. I don't rate the actual draft as highly as most people do. I guess that's a rant for another time. Not a rant, but just discussion for another time. But yeah, mid-season, you get some rippers in there because they get overlooked because they're not athletes and they're not this or that. Shano, Showdown could be a standalone game. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, I totally agree. It should be, absolutely. And we're not biased because we're Crom and Port supporters. Like, seriously, it's a big game. A lot of people watch it. I didn't even realize until the last couple of years how popular it really is around the country. I don't think there's a bigger rivalry in the whole country. Like, if you don't live in Adelaide and you're not a Crom or Port supporter, you probably won't know. But I know Shano knows what I'm talking about. Like, it is red hot, the rivalry. Like, Crom and Port fans don't hate each other, but it's not a warm relationship at all. And it's like you love to hate them kind of thing. Like, I'd be devastated if Port folded as a club. Yeah, you want them to be there because you got to have someone to hate. Lachlan, I have 563,700 to spend in any position. Who would you recommend? Oh God, in any position. Does that get you Naz? Let's have a look. What's Naz? He's around that. Or Rao. Oh, sorry, not Rao. Bloody Petrarca. Nah, you don't have enough for Naz. Even Newcomb, is he? You got enough for Petrarca? I've been alerted to Newcomb. He's on my radar now. Yep, you got enough for him. I don't know, one of them. I think they're all pretty good. Captain's a real puzzle this week. Yeah, 100%. What are your thoughts on Clary? Is he worth considering? Yep, talked about this one earlier. Yes, he's 100% worth considering. He's been really consistent. I was wrong about him. Yeah, he's good and he's consistent. What can I say? He's not the Clary of old, but he's good for Supercoach, and he's pretty good price too. The good thing about guys like Clary as well, you know they're not going to lose the role because he can't play anywhere else. He's like a Matt Rao. Matt Rao can't play anywhere else. They're never going to move out of there. They got like, one asset, and that's what they're there for. It's like Matt Crouch back in the day. Can't play him anywhere else, but he was killer at what he did. What rookies are you happy riding the pine? I'll have Lombard and Edwards stuck at F7 and 8. Yep, that's what I've got too. For a long while, not enough money to bother cashing out while going one up, one down. Yeah, I'm not trading those two out yet. Edwards only just kind of got in. He'll still make money. He'll be all right. I think with Edwards, even if he's what I'm doing, all right, because unless something crazy, like we get some crazy rookie that presents, there's no reason to get rid of Edwards yet, okay? So bear with me. I'm just looking now. He's got Brisbane, the Giants, and Fremantle coming up. So he may even end up, by the time we get to say Fremantle, with the way he's scoring, he may lose money. But he's then got Richmond and West Coast. So I'm holding at least up to the West Coast game. Because he could go 2 spike scores there. And then it kind of doesn't matter what he gets against Carlton or even Melbourne. And that should see him through. And then we can get rid of him. So they're fine. Lombard, he's making cash, but really slowly. You don't want to trade him out yet. It's not worth a trade, I think. And really, there's not really anywhere to go. I don't think so anyway. So, yeah, what rookies am I happy riding the pine? Well, those two, because that's what I've got. Luis, Wilkie or Sinclair? Oh, good question. A month ago, it would have been an easy answer, but now I don't know. I'm really liking Wilkie as well. He's not going to get tagged or anything, but there's also going to be times when he's going to have to play like hard lockdown. Someone in the comments in my last video of last night, actually, they said I was really overthinking it, what I said about Sinclair. Now, I just suggested that Sinclair, because Saints are playing quite well, they're not as reliant on him at the moment, and you can see it in his scores. He's not really doing quite what we expected. It's only the last 3 weeks, and it coincides with St Kilda's uptick in form. I'm not saying that Sinclair is going to drop off or nothing. I'm not saying he's not going to be top 6. Still think he'll be like top 2 or 3. But yeah, I thought it was weird how I got told I was overthinking it on Sinclair. I think he'll go above Wilkie just because Wilkie doesn't have that ceiling. And Sinclair definitely does. There'll be times where Sinclair will go 150 plus, no worries. And that should be enough to get him up. But yeah, Wilkie's definitely the pod. Sheldon, awesome live with great Supercoach chat. Yeah, cheers, mate. Thanks for joining in. Yeah, I'm loving it. We're at 3.5 hours. I mean, I'm 3.5 hours, and yeah, it's fine. I'm still enjoying it. I don't mind. Chabby Joe, you're uncatchable, mate. Boost. I think I will boost. Actually, I was not going to. How you going, Joe? By the way, yeah, I like your stuff for sure. Not uncatchable. No way. I'll be lucky to even finish top 100 from here. But yeah, I'll be looking to boost and get Cherry, I reckon, this week. It's actually my plan. I've got receipts on this. This is actually the good thing about having a YouTube channel, right? It's easy to keep receipts. When Cherry went out, because I had him and I traded him out when he got suspended for the 3 weeks, I even said then that my plan was to ride McAndrew up and try and catch Cherry on the way down. So I'm not exactly catching him on the way down, but yep, that was always my plan, was to let him come back and then McAndrew would become Cherry. So yep, cash those receipts. Shane Ellen, one of Blight's master strokes back in the day. Oh man, totally. Shane Ellen's a household name in my household anyway. But yeah, if anyone that doesn't know, Shane Ellen was like a back pocket, and then we get to I think he'd scored. Probably never scored a goal in his career. 1997 grand final because Modra was out. Who lines up at full forward? Shane Ellen, and he ends up kicking 5 goals. Like, who saw that one coming? Just Blight used to do stuff like that all the time. I remember him chucking. I think the Crows were losing the ruck anyway. It's probably when Wren was out at the time, but so he chucks Trent Orman Allen into the ruck, who was like 6 foot flat, not even. I don't know, but it worked. He used to do weird shit. Just yeah, Blight was on another level. It was one of those where the flame burnt really brightly, but it burnt out quick. That's all. He's still the Messiah. Now I've lost where I was in the chat. I can't believe how quick these comments are still rolling in. McCarthy, 99k defender last mid-season. Yeah. See, guys like that that just slip through the cracks. It's kind of like Murdoch. He was another one that was like, I know he wasn't mid-season, but it was like like an SSP pick or something. Just, I don't know. I'm not getting into that one today. But yeah, in another video, I'll talk about it in depth, I think. I'll get myself worked up. I would rather watch the showdown than Carlton lose every Thursday night match. Are you a Carlton supporter? I don't think anyone's enjoying watching Carlton on Thursday nights at the moment. No offense, but we kind of know how it's going to go, right? It's like watching the same movie over and over. Carlton are pretty good for a half, and then it's just inevitable. When are they going to let the opposition run them over? Michael Higginson, thoughts on Zorko after returning for a couple games? Could get down to approximately 450k. Wow. A ruler line through his name due to his calf history. Yes. Because I don't think he'll be top 6, because I think there's too much going on back there for for Brisbane. So yeah, the calf thing is bad, especially at his age. But when you've got those all the halfbacks at Brisbane, like I owned Zorko second half of last year, and as Fletcher, Wilmot, or as those two picked up, and now there's Kitty as well. As those two picked up, Zorko fell off, and it was a hard own. They also really started. You could tell they're managing his minutes and stuff towards the end of the year. He started handballing a lot more than kick, so he's protecting something. And Brisbane they're the masters at doing that stuff, at like managing players leading into the finals so they peak at the right time. And Zorko did. So yeah, I'm not, for that reason, probably even more than the calf injury. No, I'm not interested in him. But yeah, if he dropped that low, he'd probably be close enough to the top 6 or 8 that you might have a look. Baz Cherry Jackson for a trade in this week. Yeah, whichever one you got, if you can afford it. I think they're all going to score really well this week. Jackson's obviously about 50k less than the other two, but they've definitely got the bigger ceiling. Or at least I know Jackson's gone like 180 before, but those two quite frequently hit like the 160 plus. Nightfall. Do we need to worry about Richmond? We'll keep Bolter in ruck until Nank comes back. Just with Bolter's leap, he did quite well against Gawn. He did. I was surprised. Is he still on curfew or whatever, or was that only last season? I'm not making any jokes here, but I think they might. Not as a permanent ruck, but you can't have Samson Ryan in there by himself. I mean, I could bag out Samson Ryan, and I'm sure Richmond supporters would do an even better job of it. But I'm not going to. Yeah, he's not the best. I think they'll keep Bolter as that second ruck. He just suits the rules. Um, was going at 110 average before injury. Who's that? Hang on. Oh, Zorko. Yeah, and this is why I got him early last year because he does start well. But I think inevitably, winter catches up with him and that because he's about 88 years old, and yeah, he starts to trail off a bit. It's the same as last year. I'm not wanting to go through that again. It's a hard one when you'll see Zorko put in 70s. I mean, I got Worrell and Clark, a couple of donkeys putting in 70s at the moment. I got enough of that. Um, yeah, you see Zorko scoring 70s, and then there's like Naz going 150. It's not it's not fun. Darren, thanks for your thoughts. You're very balanced and cool to listen to. Everybody loves the showdown. Hope my cousin Kane Farrell will go bananas. Best kick in the AFL. Oh, thanks. Like seriously, too kind with those compliments. Yeah, I find it hard to hear compliments if I'm honest. But wow, Kane Farrell's your cousin. That's pretty cool. He's been flying under the radar a bit as a pick. I don't know about the best kick in the AFL, but I definitely rate him for sure. He's a bloody good kick. What's he been scoring just out of interest? Because I know he started out pretty hot this season. Oh, he didn't. No, he just had a hot patch, 141 and 120 in round 3 and 4 against West Coast and Richmond. Okay. Yeah, disregard. Okay. I actually thought when Rosie went down, Farrell um, might do really well, but yeah, Port don't really have that one designated kind of kicker back there when it's not Rosie. Still Melbourne's third best player and Oliver have scored the same amount of points. Big difference being Oliver had the early bye. I guess, yeah. So Steele's obviously been the better pick on total points. And if you got both of them for what they started at, geez, that was pretty good. But yeah, I didn't see it coming with either of them. Still looked like his body was just destroyed, and I could see kind of why St Kilda got rid of him. But yeah, guys like that, they got that scoring pedigree. So yeah, that's interesting. They've gone the same. Or do you mean they've scored the same total points, even though Oliver had the early bye? Sorry, I might have read that wrong. Um, Benny, what do I do with McKercher? Subscribed yesterday and have watched about 10 vids. Oh, wow. Yeah, glad you're getting into it. um, yeah, thanks for that. What do you do with McKercher? I don't know. I was never an advocate for getting him anyway because of Clarko. But I don't know if you were in the stream earlier, but I said like Clarko could just as easily switch him back and leave him there for the rest of the year like he did last year. So I don't know. I'd probably be more inclined to trade him though, just because you might start losing ground if you keep him. A lot of those defenders are starting to go off now. The AFL should have a televised discussion with the clubs and journos about the fixture before the round 16 redoing of the dates and times of the games. Let's hear publicly what the clubs want or what times clubs want to play. They're never going to do that though. I could be wrong, but I heard that a bloody Canadian or something did the fixture this year. She doesn't even understand the game probably. I'm not being racist at all, just because he's Canadian, but it's a bit odd. And then I also heard that it was done with AI. So, the fixture's a joke. That's another one. I'm not getting into that. I won't be able to stop, and we'll be here till 3 in the morning. That's definitely one for another time. Benny, what's your captain choices for this week? I now don't know because it was going to be Bont into Butters. and then somebody pointed out that they're playing on the same night because of this bullshit fixturing double Friday night game because the Vics can't stand, or let's say AFL House can't stand the thought of a standalone interstate game. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to work it out. Lachlan, what's your thoughts on Finn Callahan? Think he's a top 8? Not from this point, no. He might be in a few weeks, maybe he'll start to pick up again, but nah, I don't think he's gonna go that great against the Suns. So once he's got that out the way, maybe he'll be a top 8 from that point. I still can't see it happening though. That, like I said before, there's a reason why these guys are so low on price. It's because they're scoring shit, and it's not like he's injured or anything. Last year when I owned him at the start, he looked crap, and it was the first couple of weeks. It looked like he couldn't deal with a tag, and then I traded him, and he came good. But this year, there's no explanation for why he's doing this, like why he's been shit. I don't know. Maybe last year was a flash in the pan with him. I can't see him being that consistent again. What did he go, like 115 or something in the end? I don't know. Yeah, it's a weird one. So no, I don't think he'll be top 8. Do you watch the show The Boys? No, I don't, but I've had a couple of mates like insist that I have to watch it. So yeah, it's on my list, but again, I don't get time to do much. So one day for sure. Definitely seems like my kind of thing. Bont and Gorn dipping isn't as bad as people think. It means owners have the opportunity to buy at other value while non-owners have a small force window to get them in. Yeah, that's true. And yeah, I was a bit annoyed a few weeks ago when guys like English and that were getting, when there was all that absolute carnage happening, and it gave others an opportunity to buy the players that I started that were otherwise going to be out of reach. But then I kind of thought the same, like, yeah, while they're busy buying them, then I'm buying someone else and getting my team upgraded, putting them a week behind. So yeah, I definitely see what you mean. Woohoo review, Carlton supporter here, also enjoying being poked. Also enjoy being poked in the eye. Man, you're a glutton for punishment. How long you been a Carlton supporter? Because I remember when they were actually good. What, 26 years ago, something like that. I know, yeah, it was about that. Probably 25 years ago. I think they were pretty good in 2000, weren't they? So yeah, it's been a long time anyway. But oh man, if you've had to sit through all that for those 25 years, like, yeah, I feel sorry for you. Probably a poke in the eye would be better. Dr. Chamberlain from the Blues has taken personal leave. Is that because of the Hollands thing? Interesting. Uh, Knee Gorn copped in the back wasn't ideal. Bloody Bolter. Yeah. Yeah, that was annoying. Gorn gets beaten up, but he's just bloody so tough and keeps getting back up. Bolter had one kick last week. Yeah, right. But he did a pretty good job to nullify Gorn at the start. So, not Supercoach relevant, but it's pretty hard to do. Darren, could Dale be a trap or top 6 to 10 in the end? I've had this question a few times. I don't think he'll be top 8 or anything, but if you strap for cash, he should be close enough to the top 8. We know he's got a huge ceiling. We just don't see it often. He's also got a shitty floor. So with the dog struggling, there should be a fair bit of ball back there for him. He's got a lot of kick-ins. So yeah, it won't be a permanent thing, but yeah, he should score well for a while. Maybe Callahan misses Green too much. I was actually thinking that. I mean, you got Oliver in there, who's a bloody good extractor, feeds it out same way Green does, but Green and Callahan kind of have that built up relationship. And if anyone here has played any level of footy, you'll know that there's some players that you end up playing with where you've got this like rare relationship on the field. You kind of in each other's heads, and it's rare. Like, it's rare. You don't. I've played a lot of seasons of footy, and I think there's only 2 players that I can honestly say, or maybe 3 that I've had that relationship with out of all those seasons. Maybe that's what Green and Callahan have, and he just doesn't have it with Oliver, or just doesn't have it yet. I don't know. But yeah, I think there's something in that. Saturday, 2 games start at 4:15 and 4:35. That's bullshit. Like, again, silver lining, at least they're a little bit staggered so you can, like, flick it over at quarter time. But, oh, that's shit. I won't get to watch them anyway. But yeah, that's crap. Who will be the 20th AFL team eventually? Could a Northern team, Northern Territory, and Queensland be possible? Splitting games between Cairns, Darwin, Alice Springs? No. I think it'll be Canberra, especially given that the AFL is obsessed with trying to eat into the rugby territory. But I think Canberra's got the population and money that Darwin doesn't have. It just comes down to that. It makes more sense, obviously, for a Darwin kind of team. And I know you've got Queensland included, but I don't think they'd do it that way. I think it'll be Canberra. But yeah, I think we're going to find out pretty bloody soon. Either way, knowing the AFL, they'll probably try and get like a third Sydney team or something, which would be a joke. Sheldon 4:15 West Coast Richmond 4:35 Geelong and North. Yeah, that sucks. Woohoo review. I was born in 1980. Wow, you don't get to choose your team. Well, at least you were old enough to remember when they were actually pretty bloody good. Like the 95 flag and, well, 99, I know they made the grand final. It's probably not the greatest memory for you, but at least they were good back then. So, yeah, wow. So you're like 40, 45, 46. Interesting. Makes me feel not so old then. Shano, 99 prelim versus Bombers must be a highlight. Oh, yeah, that's for Woohoo Review. Oh, yeah, see, a 95 flag, obviously. Yeah, that's what I was basically just saying. Blame the AFL for my failing music career. Do you want to explain that one a bit better? That's, yeah, right. Could Holmes get defence by round 12? What's he played? The last 3 there? 3 games? Oh, you only need 3 games, don't you? It's got to be, is it 3 and it's got to be majority? I'm actually not 100% sure, but if that's the case, then yeah, he probably will. I might be old, but at least I don't have a bunch of toys in my room. Oh, that's a good burn. Yes, I do. I have a lot of toys in this room. I am a huge man baby, which is why I'm on a laptop speaking to you lot at 11 o'clock at night. Yeah, no, touche. I got no comeback to that at all. All I'll say is at least the toys are worth a lot of money. It's crazy how shit like that's worth so much money these days. It's good being old though. Getting off Supercoach for a second, but do you ever feel like people just don't expect as much out of you? Like if you just want to sit at home, people aren't like, why aren't you going out and stuff? It's good. I can just sit around. I'm sitting in my trackies right now. I don't give a shit. I'm old. I've done what I needed to do. Jonathan might have already answered this, but thoughts on Chucky, or better to wait to see if Klug's Tog comes back and go the value. Totally agree. I think it's better to wait on Klug. Neil's looking good, don't get me wrong, but I think they're going to manage him, and I feel like he's going to get injured. He's also a really big tag target, whereas Klug's not. Better off just waiting for Klug, I think. I mean, you could always get both, but yeah, Neil's. I don't know. Something about Neil puts me off. It's nothing to do with the fact that he was a naughty boy and stuff in his spare time, but yeah, just I think he's a ticking time bomb. Darren, I was born in 1966. I don't feel old. Only look it. Oh, it blows. I was just trying to work out how old you'd be. It blows me away that People born in 1966 are 60. That means Adam Sandler is 60. Like, that's mind-blowing. That makes me feel old. Oh, Jesus. Like, I'm not anywhere near that old, but still, like, since when is 1966 a 60-year-old? Yeah, far out. DPP covers all rounds, hence why round 6 DPP is easier to get. Oh, okay. Oh, well, then I don't know. Maybe not. But he probably it looks like he's gonna stay there a while longer, so maybe. Turn it into Bitcoin. You mean the toys? I already did the whole crypto thing. Probably helped me get the toys, but oh god. My wife would be filthy hearing that. Um, nah, Bitcoin's already maxed out, isn't it? I don't know. Do you play with the toys, or are they all sealed in box or in glass cabinets? I don't play with them, but no, most of them aren't sealed or anything. Um, so behind me, there's a whole heap of Lego. Yeah, I say Lego. I'm from South Australia. Um, I've got some sealed stuff, but yeah, most of it's out and in the glass display cabinets. The room I'm sitting in right now is 6 by 6 meters, and it's like wall to wall with um, yeah, all kinds of toys and stuff. I got to the right of me a massive Jurassic Park collection, and yeah, there's box stuff from there. Um, yeah, massive collector of Pokemon, anything really from the 90s, like The Simpsons as well. Heaps of vintage games, VHS, like you name it. It's yeah, it's a pretty crazy room, I guess. It's normal to me, but I always enjoy the look on people's faces when they walk in here. You can't see most of it because of the camera, and I can't really move it, but yeah, it's a bit crazy. I think it's got nothing on DR though. DR's got a whole bunch of box stuff. It's quite insane. I could be anywhere, but I'm choosing to be here with you. Australia's population has doubled since 1973. Yeah, it's because all the boomers were so horny. It's probably not going to keep doubling if they bring down the immigration rate a little bit, which looks like it might happen. And well, I think our birth rate is like below the replacement rate as well now, so it might slow down a bit. Plus, I don't think the current gens are as horny as the boomers were, except for the horny man. My vinyl collection has actually improved in value more than Bitcoin of late. Yeah, I believe it. My Pokemon card collection, it's the same thing. It just keeps on rising. I don't know how. Like, I remember reading back in the day that Lego appreciates faster than gold. It's quite insane. You buy any kind of sealed Lego, as soon as they discontinue it, it'll almost double in price like instantly. The vinyl's good. You can't beat the warmth of vinyl. I got a vinyl collection as well. Favorite Supercoach content creators for advice that aren't DR or Selby. Oh, the other one I watch, like the two I watch the most are DR and Jords from FTTV. I used to really like JD as well on FTTV, and of course No, but I don't think No takes it quite as serious as the other two, and obviously JD's not doing it anymore. But yeah, Jords would be the other one, and then Rookie Coach. I like watching that. Supercoach God. I watch obviously. But yeah, the main two that I've always watched over the years, because the other ones I kind of found relatively, um, they're relatively new for me. But yeah, it's always been DR and then FTTV. I actually don't listen to Selby that much, or at least not as much as I used to. Pretty much just stick to YouTube, really. Shano, do you see 3 gun rucks as a viable strategy until the end, or do you think we need primo DPP in that flex spot? No, I think go the 3 gun rucks for sure. Gotta remember as well, like with the flex, it's a bit overrated. But how many years did we go without a flex and everyone was just fine? I don't even feel like we're scoring that much more with a flex. So I think, yeah, just get the 3 gun rucks in because Grundy, Gorn, Cherry, they're outscoring everyone on pretty much every line. So like it makes sense. Just want the 3 biggest scores. Just going back to that question about the favorite Supercoach content creators, I forgot there is one that I do listen to pretty religiously outside of YouTube, and that is Footy Mailbag, which used to be Jock Reynolds, or at least it's 2 of them that were on Jock Reynolds. I really love their stuff as well, but that kind of broke up, and now I think it's just the 2 of them. Gold did about 10% in 10 years before recently. Yeah, right. I reckon if you're gonna invest in anything right now, seriously, it'd be Pokemon cards. It's pretty bloody safe. Darren, who are you bringing in this week? Hopefully Cherry. Also, it could be Petrarca instead, but probably just gonna go the boost and pay out for Cherry, I reckon. Darren, George, DR's Godfather, and yourself are all cool and fun to listen to. Oh, cheers. But I definitely my name doesn't belong in there with those 3. Yeah, I said it before. I don't I don't listen to this Godfather as much. I got nothing against him at all. I do find some of his followers a bit rabid though in their comments on Twitter. If anyone even questions him, they kind of pile on. But yeah, that's not why I don't listen or anything. I just don't have time to listen to like so many. I think I was saying this before, probably a couple of hours ago now, but yeah, there's only so many hours in a day, and you can only dedicate so much of it to Supercoach. Luckily, I actually drive around a fair bit for work, so usually I got it playing while I'm driving. Rookie Coach has after dark Saturday night time slot lockdown. A regular time slot can be key for newer content creators. That's a good point. The after dark is really fun. I went on that once with him. Yeah, I just I like how it's kind of anything goes. Can get a bit dirty and stuff. It's completely different. I said this before. Rookie Coach is in a saturated market. He's pretty bloody unique, I reckon. I really rate it. Shano JD was very good. Yeah, he was 100%. I feel like that, and I've actually said this to him because I've talked to him a couple of times, but I said that I feel like his just that analytical approach that he had to it is kind of missing. You don't. It's hard to put my finger on it, but the way he approached it is pretty unique, and that's gone. I don't think anyone else really does it that way. At least not with their channels and stuff. So yeah, it's a bit of a loss that he's not doing it, but totally understandable. Like, it's only a game, life comes first. He's still playing, of course. The big change this year is the sub rule. Rookies making heats more. Yeah, it probably is. Um, it's hard to say though. We're 7 weeks into a season, like it's not a massive sample size. I do definitely tend to agree though. That's my feel is it's that as well. At the same time though, there's people saying that scores are down across the board because there's a 23rd player that has to score points now. So, hmm. You don't listen to the Skodfather, you experience him. Yeah, it is. It's quite the experience. If we're gonna talk unique content creators, in Supercoach, like he's the most unique, obviously. Hippo Supercoach is good too. Yeah, especially when he's pissed off. No one can do a bake like him, seriously. You're also forgetting Joe and Big J from saying, oh yeah, true. Yeah, I do listen to them as well. Um, yeah, I was just more saying about the ones I've listened to religiously over the years. 100%. You know, Centre Bounce is great, and but yeah, I haven't listened to them for so long. Yeah, the ones I've been listening to for years is like DR, the old Jock Reynolds, and then Footy Mailbag, and FTTV, obviously. But yeah, Joe and Big J, they're such nice guys as well. Seriously, scores are down a touch. It's clear to see. Yeah, there was a bit of talk about that in the. I think it was actually now that you mention him, I think it was Abs that uh, he noticed that first. He was talking about it a lot in the preseason. That, or maybe even in round zero on that there wasn't as many tons, not as many 90 plus scores, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it looks like he was pretty on the money. That moron Costello sold two-thirds of Australia gold in 1997, $450 an ounce. It's now 6,500. Yeah, right. Well, that was in the Howard administration, right? In that era. So seems like they sold off a lot. Yeah, the economy was booming, but kind of sold us down the river long term to achieve it, didn't they? Doesn't surprise me, even though I was only a kid back then, obviously, but I've read about it. How is there still 24 people on? What are you degenerates doing at 11:30 at night watching a live Supercoach video? Does anyone work or anything? I know it's rich coming from me. I'm the one still here and been here talking for the last 4 hours. And yes, I do have work in the morning, but I enjoy this too much. Are you for the Supercoach Cup format? Yeah, I got no problem with it. It's pretty clear that they did it for trying to keep engagement for those that feel that they're out of the title race. But yeah, it's fine. It makes sense. I'm not really I'm not invested in it at all. I don't even think I'm in it. I think I got a straight buy. I don't know. I haven't really looked. I know a lot of people getting buys. Yeah, I've got a buy round, so like I don't care. But yeah, I'm putting no effort or nothing into it. I don't even know how it works. I think it's just you got to win your head to head, isn't it? Um, Crow sends someone to Butters. You think Nix generally doesn't deploy a tag? No, he doesn't. Not to players like Butters. So we've seen in the past, like Peatling's gone to Rao, but there's no way Peatling can go with Butters. Like Butters is way too quick. Um, I know Keys used to tag. He's done the job on Dacos and a few others pretty well, but I wouldn't think they'd do it now. It could actually be good for Keys because he's in pretty shit form, but I think he's carrying an injury, so I don't think he'd be able to do it because he looks off. Like physically, Keys is normally pretty quick. He's pretty explosive, but yeah, at the moment he looks sluggish as. I don't know what's going on there. Marathon session, bro. Congrats. Keep up the good work. Yeah, it's kind of flown by. Cheers. Yeah, the 4 hours absolutely flown by. Yeah, you guys support me. I'll do whatever you want. Like, if you just want to chat for 4 hours, I don't give a shit. Like, what else am I going to be doing? I'd just be sleeping or whatever. So it's good. It helps me get info for Supercoach. It's better than just sitting there reading about it. It's certainly more fun. Oh yeah, Neil Bullen can run with anyone. So underrated. Oh, true. I could tell on the weekend without Neil Bullen, like you kind of don't notice him when he is playing, and then when he's not there, like against Brisbane, man, you totally notice it. He's just such a workhorse. He does so many of those little things that you want. So yeah, um, he tagged. Was it him that tagged Dacos when he was at Melbourne and destroyed him? But yeah, so because he clearly can do it, it's too logical. Nix would never allow it. He's one of those coaches that opposition players getting like 60 touches and kicking 4 goals, and Nix is like, nah, we'll back our systems in against them. Like, dude, seriously, like, suck it up. The answer is Riley Hamilton. Who is Riley Hamilton? Do you think injured players shouldn't get discounted in coming seasons to avoid funneling cookie cutter teams? I've never thought of that. That's interesting. Nah, nah, I think they should be discounted. That's it's one of the things I hate about fantasy because I do play fantasy as much as I don't like it. Just because I'm in a league with mates, but it's cash league and stuff. So yeah, that's pretty fun. But um, yeah, the one thing I don't like about fantasy is there's pretty much the discounts are shit because it's over a 2 year rolling average. So yeah, players that are heavily discounted Supercoach, you don't get it in fantasy. It just makes it crap. Like, no, I'm not a fan of it myself, but I can definitely see the merit in it if they did it that way. But who cares about the possibility of having cookie cutter teams? Like, if that's the way people want to go, I think it's becoming that way. Probably not so much because of the discounts, but because of all the content getting around. It's a much harder game than it used to be, and you could say people are better players, but I think it's more. I've noticed a lot of players they get their favorite Supercoach YouTubers and they just follow them. Like they don't really, you know, if you look at YouTubers that do Supercoach, uh, a lot of the most popular ones are the ones that give people advice and tell them what to do. Like the ones that kind of don't, like I certainly don't. I don't really like to tell people what to do. I kind of just give my view and you can do what you want with it. I'm more into doing the research and that in the preseason. That's my main thing. But yeah, I think people like to be told what to do. It's that's why you get the cookie cutter teams. So when it's all saturated like these days, that's the reason why more than discounts. Do you like Dawson a halfback? Oh, absolutely. That's where he should be every week. That's his true position. He's played out of position in the midfield. It's just because the Crom midfield is so shit that they've got no choice but to put him in there. You imagine him intercepting and using that leg off half back without all the pressure of people trying to tackle him. I rate him higher than Naz if he was playing half back. So there's that. Shano, don't worry about discounts. Just lower the trades back to 25-30. Yeah, I quite enjoyed that. I mean, what happened? They raised them right up because of was it during COVID, and then it never went back down. It's kind of like what you see with when something happens overseas and suddenly the grocery prices, oh, we got to put them up, but then they never come back down again when things go back to normal. Kind of feels like that. But I do miss the days where it was really like high, high strategy back in the low trades days. I'm talking like going all the way back to like 2010, 2011. Riley Hamilton, dead rook 99k mid forward Giants playing mostly Sundays. Oh, cool. Yeah, sweet. Could be handy going forward. Bont at halfback also. That'd be interesting. He's a midfielder though, for sure. And he's probably a better key forward than half the key forwards in the AFL as well. But yeah, he's just a guy that can play anywhere. The Bont he is the best player in the comp, like hands down. I started Gorn and Cherry and would have gone Grundy, except he had the buy. All the bloody English owners ruined my pods. Yeah, and it's annoying, but as I said before, like I felt the same way until you realise that when they're having to the English owners are having to trade into the big boys that you've already got. In those weeks, we were trading and upgrading our team, so putting them a week behind. Shane, I love Dawson as a player, but I'm partial to decent left footers. Yeah, that's interesting that a Port supporter loves Dawson as a player. I actually love some of the Port players myself. I'm a big fan of Rosie, Butters. Who else? I used to really like Westhoff, Rory Atkins, Port legend. But yeah, nah, it's good. Decent left footers. Yeah, there's not too many around, is there? Will you be aiming for 23 premiums and using remaining trades for injuries, or is there merit in having 24 primos to flip based on matchup? Uh, I'll be aiming for the 23 premiums and hoping, because I've got, hang on, just let me check, make sure. I got 28 trades still and 3 boosts. So I'm hoping that I aim for the 23 premiums, and then when I get there, I should have enough to leave a few for injuries and go the 24 primos from there. But yeah, I won't know. Like at a minimum, I want to get to 23 primos. So should have a fair few trades left over, because that's one thing that I can't kind of work out is how I've gotten this rank so far. So 100 and hang on, 101. Um, and managed to stay there this long and not use that many trades or boosts. There's others like Hippo, for example. I think he said he's out of boosts. He's used them all. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like last year's winner did the same thing first 5-6 weeks, but um yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how I've gotten that rank, like with all that still remaining. That's what I'm trying to say. So maybe I will be able to get the 24, but yeah, just aim for the 23 first and then I'll assess it from there. Obviously, I'd love to have the 24 and the injury trades. Proper primos are better than a higher number of average primos. 23 with one dropping out each week is more than fine. Yeah, for sure. But with the 28 trades, like I honestly think that if all goes well, and it's going to take a lot of luck, but I seriously think I can get to the 24 and have the like 24 good primos, like proper primos, I mean, and still have those injury trades left over. Shano didn't like the goal he kicked a few years ago after the siren. Like it was going to miss as well. Oh, that is so funny. If you watch that video, and I've watched it a few times, admittedly, if you look just to the right of the goals, there's this person that stands up as he kicks it, and like it's a Port supporter, and he starts cheering because clearly it looks like it's going to the right, and then yeah, inevitably it just bends in. It was great. That's my favorite part of that. What are the pods that got you to a high rank? Well, I don't have any. I don't have any like traditional pods like someone who's really low owned. The pods for me were the rucks. Everyone was terrified of the rucks because of all the changes that they low owned. The pods for me were the rucks. Everyone was terrified of the rucks because of all the changes that they thought were coming. So I started Gorn and Cherry, and I started Dacos, Butters, and Bont. So they were kind of like the combination of the five. That was basically my pod move because most people didn't want to pay up for Bont. They didn't want to pay up for Gorn and Cherry. But then obviously, yeah, Cherry got rubbed out and he became Grundy, but now he's probably going to come back in. So yeah, it was more the combo than the actual pods themselves. Glad you enjoyed it, mate, for fuck's sake. Yeah. Oh, who wouldn't enjoy it? You would have enjoyed it if it was in reverse, that's for sure. And I mean, I'll tell you one thing. I was sitting right there behind the goals the night that Momfries kicked that goal that bounced at Footy Park. And the funny thing is, right, I was sitting there with my old man and he said, well, as it left Momfrey's boot and it was sailing in, he goes, "That's going to bounce in," even when it was like we could see it was going to land way to the left. It was like watching it in slow motion. It just killed me. But yeah, they're the things that make the rivalry great, I guess. I see the numbers are starting to get a bit lower now, and comments getting a bit slower. Might wrap it up soon, I guess. Well, I can't believe this has gone for like 4 hours. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Jeez, that was the most mental bounce I've ever seen. Yeah, it's just nuts. Oh, complete complete kudos to my dad for predicting that one. He just, I don't know, he must have seen the spin of the ball, or maybe he just knew that it was our luck that it was going to go to shit. Yep, we got psyoped with the ruck thing preseason. Cherry is so good. I'm going to take him in twice, or trade him in twice. Yeah, I'm doing it as well. It's not a waste of a trade. Like, if I hadn't have traded him out for those 3 weeks and got Grundy in, my rank would have plummeted by now. So it had to happen. It's not a waste of a trade at all. Chad Wingard was awesome that day. Yeah. Players like him, or more so Westhoff and Robbie Gray. I know that they were really good players. They used to give me the shits though, because they'd always just go to another level in the showdowns. You probably feel the same way against players like Rashudo and that, I guess. He, Still, Whitfield, Clark are the only primos I have under 20% owned now. What about you? All right, let me have a look. How do I do this? Got to put it in list view, isn't it? Don't normally have it that way. Oh, here we go. Picking teams. So what were we looking at? What was the percentage? 20% owned. So under 20% owned. Okay, so I got Justin McInerney 10%, Worrell 11%, Merritt 13, Ash 15, Shithead Clark 17. So 1, 2, 3. So I got 5. Some people still rocking McAndrew and Sweet. Oh God, I'd hate to see their rank then. Even I feel sorry for people even still rocking McAndrew in R2 with one of the big boys. Like, you'd be bleeding so many points at this point. But yeah, I couldn't work out the appeal of Sweet in the preseason. Even when it looked like he'd fallen behind Vizentini, and people were still wanting to pick him. Rashudo and even Goodwin used to fire in showdowns was frustrating. Oh hell yeah, they were good days. That midfield back then was so good. We could use that right now. The old Rashudo, Goodwin, McLeod, Edwards combo was a good one. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that you had like Brisbane rolling around with their midfield or West Coast at the same time, the Crom probably could have had a couple more flags. Are there players in the top team that you want to get in to block their advantage? No. So, all right, this is interesting. I was talking about this with DR the other day. I'm not trying at all to base what I do on anyone else's team or even the top team, even though he's got a wicked team, and I know he's been number one for a couple of weeks now. I'm just trying to pick what I think are the best. I really don't care about playing the game against others. Like, I'm not playing that. I'm not going down that road. I think it's not a fun way to play, and it's just going to lead me to doing stuff I don't want to do, especially because I haven't played that way to get this far. I think I just got to keep doing what I'm doing. But to answer your question, yes, he's got some players in his team that I really want to get. So Petrarca's one of them, who I did have but traded him out when he was injured. Who else has he got? He's got Holmes and Smith, so they'd be good to get. And he's got Roberts and Naz, so yeah, like that'll be good to get. But I'm not going to go out my way just because he has them or anything. So no, because chances are the rankings are all going to move around a lot. And I mean, what are we? We're a third of the way through the season. Not even. There's a long way to go. So yeah, not really. Holmes, Clark, Reed, Rankin, Lizard. Oh, you got Lizard. I love the Lizard, but yeah, if you just traded him in, I think you even might have said it earlier that you did. You'd be spewing with that 59. Shano, I'm off now anyway. Decent live. Good luck in Supercoach this week, but not so much in the showdown, obviously. Yeah, same to you, mate. Like, thanks for all the comments and tuning in. It's been good. Hopefully, you get absolutely smashed in the showdown. I mean that with all the love in the world. Honestly, best way to play, in my opinion, is to use your own head. Obviously, take advice and watch content to get opinions. Go with your gut and look at role matchup. So much better than just blindly listening. Yeah, 100%. That's what I've been doing this year. You've probably heard me say it 100 times, but you got to follow your gut. So if you've seen my research videos in the preseason, that's when I do my best work, and that's why I'm nervous that I'm going to kind of fall away because with what I do in local footy and that, it takes a lot of my time away, especially on game days and stuff. So I'm not watching as much. I can't research as much because I'm not actually seeing it myself. Um, but yeah, I just have to keep playing the same way. I have to keep back on what research I have, and I think it goes for anyone. Like it's people are stupid if you don't listen to advice, but you don't have to use it all. You got to learn to filter it, I think. So yeah, don't get swayed. Just go with your gut. That's all I can say. Helps if you got a fat one like me. Bring it in track this week, so prepare for down score. Oh no. Nah, he should go well against the Giants. I don't see them stopping him. What do they got? They got Clary and Callahan. He'll be fine. All right, I'm probably going to wrap it up. It's been 4.5 hours. My voice is starting to shit out on me. I got work in the morning, but it's been good. Been great chatting with you guys. For those of you that are left, there's not too many now, but yeah, I could sit here and do this all day, but honestly, I'm just so bloody tired. The only thing you learn from advice is about the person giving it to you. Yeah, that's well said, actually. Very well said. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for watching and hanging around. I think you've been there since the start. Jesus. Oh wow. All right. Well, I'll do my best to make a trade video, but I think I've said it a few times tonight what I'm looking at doing. So if I don't get to make that video, if I don't have time, you kind of know what I'm going to do anyway. Not that anyone's copying me, but yeah, there have been a few comments of people asking me to do my trade videos before the round starts. I do my best, but yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Thanks heaps, everyone, for the support and for watching. Probably roll over to probably to that 1,000 subs by tomorrow. But yeah, it's been good. Thanks heaps again. And I'll see you in my next video.